Okay, so good morning everybody and welcome to all participants to the third international event on biosecurity and sustainability for a modern beekeeping. The meeting, organized by IZSLT in collaboration with FAO, WOA and Apimondia, have the honor to be located in such a prestigious place, the Presidential Estate of Castelporziano. We hope you will take the opportunity to appreciate the majestic views of this historical venue, representing for us a symbol of the Italian Republic, as well as a place where local biodiversity is valued and preserved. Many thanks, the Presidential Estate, General Secretariat of the Presidency of the Republic for the hospitality, availability, and overall friendship. I would also like to thank all colleagues from IZSLT, in particular the training department and the staff from the direction. My gratitude goes to the colleagues and researchers from all over the world that are contributing to make this event more prestigious, thanks to their presentations, either by presence or virtually, and for their efforts and support towards sustainable beekeeping. Before we begin the event, I would like to bring my remarks to the public authority present today that make the event even more prestigious. So let's start with the welcome remarks. We have, the floor is of the head of unit of the Presidential Estate of Castelporziano, Dr. Giulia Bonella. Please, Doctor.
Thank you. I will repeat some words you said just before because they are key words for this special occasion. So, good morning everybody. As the head of unit of the Presidential Estate of Castelporziano, it is my pleasure to open the third international event on bee health towards sustainable apiculture. The event is focused on biosecurity and sustainability for a modern beekeeping. Welcome to all participants that join us in presence or via remote connection. This relevant scientific meeting anticipates the celebration of the World Bee Day that will be held on the 20th of May, focusing on youth engagement. It will bring a contribution of competence and in-depth analysis to this special day, celebrated all around the planet and also here in Castelporziano, together with FAO and Apimondia. Thanks for them. A special thank you to the Istituto Zooprofilattico Sperimentale Lazio e Toscana. I use the Italian word, but there are global language in this case. In particular, to the extraordinary commissioner and doctor of veterinary medicine, I think that's yes, right, absolutely. Stefano Palomba, for his proposal to organize here the event. The support his staff has guaranteed, Giovanni Formato, il direttore Brayon, Alessandra Tardiola, has been outstanding. The Presidential Estate has a formal and continuative cooperation with the Istituto on many different issues related to animal health control, and we can always be sure of a positive collaboration based on technical and scientific instruments. And as Giovanni Formato told us just before, of our overall friendship, as you wrote also at the end of the program. With specific reference to today's theme, the partnership between Castelporziano and the Istituto has the goal to preserve the genetic purity of a selected group of Ligustica beeswarms. The hives were placed in the middle of the state, at least 3 kilometers from the boundaries, that's a key point, to avoid crossbreeding with indigenous subspecies of bees and eventually to breed poor kelps and queen to restore the hives of local beekeeper. All of us know well how mitigation and adaptation measures are key for the success of all the strategies. A special welcome to the attendance of international organizations to the representative of the Ministry of Health and of the Ministry of Agriculture, Food Sovereignty and Forest, to the institutional authorities and representatives of Regione Lazio. They are friends of us, especially for the big ceremony in September. Thank you, Assessore Councillor Righini, for your collaboration. The meeting agenda is very rich and articulated, and my main task is to support your work. So let me just underline a few key points for an overview of the state. This is a rather special site, combining many identities in one. At its core, Castelporziano is one of the 3 official residencies of the President of the Republic of Italy, together with the Palazzo del Quirinale in the historical center of Rome and Villa Rosberry in Naples. Secondly, it is a natural reserve and an hotspot of biodiversity. It is an important node in the network of national and European protected areas, among which it stands unique for its extension, 60 square kilometers, and especially for its position, almost completely embedded in the urban context of a large city like Rome. The natural value of the Tenuta is, of course, enhanced by the coastline and by the richness of genetic resource, habitat, species, in situ conservation, and ecosystem services. Furthermore, Castelporziano is part of the EU Nature 2000 network for biodiversity conservation, and we can see that in the framework of the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration, we are a testing ground for the synergy and cooperation of Global Plan on Forestry, Agriculture, Biodiversity, Climate Change, and Desertification, always in the 2030 Agenda for the Sustainable Development and its goals. We collaborate with national, regional, and global projects to ensure the highest level of scientific standards in our preservation measures, hosting activities conducted by the most important research centers and universities in Italy, and not only, and we are always open to initiatives that enable us to improve our action. The meeting today is a confirmation of this attitude of the place. Our third identity is that of an agent of agricultural and zootechnical sustainable management in a protected area. The impact of climate change and biodiversity loss on agriculture and food system has become increasingly evident. This is why our organic farming and breeding plans are based on adaptation and mitigation measures that implement the best available science and aim to achieve more resilient and sustainable systems. In connection with today's theme, starting from 2023, the Castelporziano estate has joined Eco Scheme number 5, Specific Measures for Pollinators, on the new Common Agriculture Policy Strategic Plan 2023-2027. The Eco Scheme, as all of you know, aims to contribute to biodiversity protection through bee crops diffusion and a sustainable use of pesticides. In the arable land of the Castelporziano estate, a dedicated cover with plants of bee interest, Nectariferous and Polliniferous, has been created for the entire period of commitment on a contiguous area of approximately 17 hectares. Our fourth identity, a mission given to us by President Mattarella, and of which we are proud, is to ensure that the rich and diverse environment of Castelporziano is recognized by citizens as an open space and a resource for the entire community. The Tenuta can be visited during the weekend, and our guests can explore different themes in artistic, environmental, and archaeological tours. I think that this afternoon some of you will visit part of this experience. Hundreds of students come to Castelporziano for tours and environmental education, and we can appreciate the curiosity and interest that children demonstrate visiting the Bee Learning Center. In the spring, we host special programs to welcome elderly citizens, and in the summer, a group of differently able people may spend 1 week of their holidays, perhaps the only week of their holidays, with us. We hope that the atmosphere of this place will support constructive scientific and technical exchanges. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bonella. So now it's time of the welcome remarks from Dr. Stefano Palomba, that is the extraordinary commissioner of SLT. Please, Doctor.
I prepare 3 different versions of my speech in order to avoid any kind of double speaking, okay? Now I found the 3rd version. Dear guests, distinguished colleagues, welcome to the 3rd International Symposium on Bee Health in this suggestive setting of the Presidential Estate Tenuta of Castelporziano. Castelporziano, as you know, is reported in the scientific world as a unique environment, a unique little place in which a lot of particularly kind of different environments are involved in. We have a special forest ecosystem which with almost 1,000 different species, faunal richness over 3,000 different, and the presence of natural pools, temporary and permanent unit environments. So it's a fantastic place in which we can enjoy this important scientific and also social moment that we are involving in. My honor is to welcome you all together, institutions and international speakers of great prestige, all united by a single objective, the protection of bees and the promotion of sustainability in a good environment. Bees, as you know, as we know, are the main natural pollinators and play an important role. As we know, a fundamental role for the health of our planet. It's possible to imagine a planet without humans, but it's impossible to imagine a planet without bees. It was a sentence that every time in the last 20 years, every time goes on my mind. Today, more than ever, it's necessary to join all together and to create a sort of a unique armada to face this kind of problem that is in this moment is threatening what is the life of bees in our world. We have to continue and started a consolidated projects and develop all our ideas in a very clear and operative way. The main purpose of this the first Italian veterinary officer. No, really, it's his role, our Dr. Ugo della Marca. Our mission is clear: to promote sustainable beekeeping practices and ensure a better future for bees, biodiversity, and global food security. These 3 things, global food security, biodiversity, and better future of bees, all these 3 things are directly linked. It's impossible to think one of these 3 things without the other. It's like to think that the bees are in Italy we say, like in a chemical reaction, something that give possibility to a reaction to goes on. Bees has this role in our society, in our environment. So, notwithstanding they are little, they give us a lot of teaching lessons about how to manage a community, how to manage the preservation of their individual government, like the queen, how to manage food. All their little things are very important things that we have to better understand in order to have lessons learned for our future. Together with FAO, World Organization and for Animal Health, Apimondia, we will address the multifactorial nature of the threats facing the world of bees, seeking innovative solutions and effective strategies. At the center of our debate today, there are issues of great importance. Bee health, updates on bee diseases and parasites globally, sustainability in beekeeping, practices and projects for sustainability beekeeping, institutional collaborations, example of collaborations between international bodies and organizations for the protection of bees, environmental impact, the role of bees in biodiversity conservation and food security. It's for us, it's a sort of milestone on which everything goes around. Innovation and research, new approaches and technologies to improve bee health. Our role of all of us gathered here today and all the different 10 institutes, zooprophylactico institute that we have in Italy, is to find effective solutions to allow bees to successfully overcome to the numerous threats that will provide us, that can afflict them. I would like to thank, with all my heart, the General Secretariat, the Presidency of the Republic for hosting us in this magnificent estate, this magnificent tenuta, which will provide a stimulating backdrop for our work. A few minutes ago, I was speaking with Dottoressa Bonella, really, I appreciate a lot your hosting, madam, and his colleague, Adolceka, because we were speaking about how here time slows differently. In this place, it's like to have a clock with a different speed. So we can enjoy this different speed to increase our sharing of ideas, our time together in order to decide something in a doctrinal way that has a sort of new paradigm for veterinary services, for bees, and for the environment. And to close, I would like to mention that we are also here in the view of the next 20th of May, the annual World Bee Day, an international day aimed at raising public awareness of the importance of pollinators, the threats that they face, and their contribution to sustainable development. We do it every day. Thank you for all your presence and for your commitments. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Palomba. So now the floor is from Lazio region, and I have the pleasure to introduce you to Dr. Daniele Maura, that is Vice President for Lazio region of the 11th Commission of Economic Development and Production.
Allora, parlerò in italiano perché non mi sono preparato, non sapevo che era una convention totalmente internazionale e purtroppo, non so se mi aiuta il traduttore? Magari se vogliamo far comprendere qualcosa, magari. Allora, innanzitutto vi ringrazio per la presenza, vi ringrazio per l'invito e oggi per me è una giornata particolare e emozionante perché oggi svolgo il ruolo di consigliere regionale e membro della Commissione Agricoltura.
So the gentleman would like to thank everyone for their presence, and he will share his emotions from being here and for being in charge of the Commission of the Economic Development and Production.
Commissione Agricoltura, membro della Commissione Agricoltura.
And he's here representing as a member of the Agricultural Commission.
Però sono dipendente dell'Istituto Zooprofilattico, oggi in aspettativa, quindi conosco bene che cos'è l'Istituto Zooprofilattico, che ha un'importanza a livello regionale, a livello nazionale, una peculiarità italiana su tanti campi.
But he also would like to share with you that he is an employee of the Zooprophylactic Institute, so he really understands the importance and the meaningfulness of such an institution on the Italian background.
Quindi solamente un ringraziamento per quello che l'Istituto Zooprofilattico fa quotidianamente a difesa delle produzioni alimentari, a difesa degli agricoltori, degli allevatori e anche dell'importanza che l'Istituto Zooprofilattico durante il periodo del Covid, il supporto che ha dato alla Regione Lazio e all'Italia intera.
and he would really like to thank the Zooprophylactic Institute for his support toward agriculture, practitioners in agriculture, as well as their efforts during COVID in supporting national health.
Oggi questo convegno, che si occupa poi di biosicurezza ma di apicoltura, con il dottor Formato, con cui ci siamo sentiti magari per lavoro, e conosciamo tutti la figura del dottor Formato, che è una figura di rilevanza nazionale e internazionale per il mondo delle api, e quindi ringrazio, dottore, per il supporto quotidiano che dà nel settore delle api, e la ringrazio perché sappiamo tutti dell'importanza delle api, che non solo sotto l'aspetto della produzione del miele, ma anche come primo controllore per quanto riguarda l'ambiente, l'inquinamento, gli agenti che vanno appunto ad inquinare anche i nostri prodotti.
And he would like to also bring his remarks and thanking Dr. Formato for being such a person who takes lead in managing bees, as well as managing biosecurity, and also the importance of bees in nowadays situation.
Quindi, senza dilungarmi ulteriormente, ringrazio il dottor Palomba per il lavoro che sta facendo. Vedo in platea anche il dottor Della Marta, con cui era l'ex direttore, quindi ringrazio anche lui. Andiamo avanti, la Regione, grazie all'assessore Righini, sta cercando di dare il supporto maggiore possibile all'Istituto Zooprofilattico, e sono certo che insieme riusciremo a portare avanti un grandissimo lavoro. Grazie e buon lavoro.
And also the gentleman would like to thank Dr. Palomba, Righini and Della Marta for their efforts and contribution to today's. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, so after Dr. Maura, it's time for the speech of the FAO Senior Officer, leading AMR and One Health Coordination, Dr. Junxia Song. Please, Junxia. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Sorry. Distinguished guests, experts. Sorry. Okay, thank you. So, on behalf of FAO, I would like to express our gratitude to IZSLT to organize this important event in collaboration with Apomondia, with WOHA, and also with FAO. I warmly welcome all the speakers and experts who share a passion and expertise in bee health for sustainable apiculture. So bees play an indispensable role in our nutrition and food security. So products, we all love the bees products, such as the honey, pollen, bee wax, and royal jelly, which really enhance our nutrition. So beekeeping also provides a sustainable source of income in rural areas, particularly the communities living in and around the forest trees. Without the crucial ecosystem services provided by bees and other pollinators, so around 75% of the world's crops, including fruits and seeds, would be at risk. So their pollination efforts contribute significantly to preserving biodiversity and forestry regeneration, which helps mitigate the impact of climate changes. So protecting bee health is essential to maintaining this invaluable contribution. We should reduce the use of chemicals near bees, including antimicrobials, and explore alternative approaches such as good beekeeping practices and biosecurity measures. Chemical use should be limited to maintaining their invaluable contributions. So FAO recently launched a 10-year initiative to reduce the use for antimicrobials at farm level for sustainable agro-system development, namely Renofarm. So which is really focusing at farm level, we would encourage the farmers to join this initiative, which will cover livestock, aquaculture, and also beekeeping sectors. We really welcome the beekeeping sectors will be part of this Renofarm initiative. It is imperative that we raise awareness and provide training to beekeepers and veterinarians on the long-term benefit of IPM and also sustainable beekeeping practices. Over the past years, FAO has developed comprehensive guidelines to promote good beekeeping practices and the responsible use of antimicrobials. FAO also actively fosters collaboration among countries and institutions to support our member countries with innovative and scientifically informed interventions. So I'm delighted to be to participate this event, and I look forward to hearing more about the innovation approaches and presented by our speakers and experts. Wishing everyone a productive and a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Song. And now it's time from WA, Dr. François Diaz, that is the Scientific Coordinator for Wildlife and Bees, Preparedness and Resilience Department of WA. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Distinguished participants, on behalf of WA, I would like to thank all the organizer of this event. Sustainable apiculture is essential for bee health, but also for human and ecosystem health. And also, sustainable apiculture is one relevant activity to propose solutions to the current challenges related to climate change. And this third international event on bee health will present current project and initiative for sustainable apiculture. This event will also show that bees are not limited to Apis mellifera, but include also other domestic honeybees and wild bees. I'm looking forward hearing the interesting presentation planned today, and I wish to all of you a successful event. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Diaz. And now we have the President of Apimondia, Dr. Jeff Pettis.
A pleasure to be with you. Thank you all for the effort to be here. And I'm not going to talk science at all. I'm a scientist, but I'm also president of Apimondia. And I'm going to touch on a word that you used, which is armada. The armada word. And I'm going to talk about sales and armada. We're all part of an armada, and we have to get a better word out. Collectively, we can work together to talk about the importance of bees and other pollinators. So that's the armada message. I'll get to that in a moment. But yeah, thank you all, and thank you especially for this beautiful venue to be here together. And we look forward to coming back on World Bee Day. So this is important. I represent beekeepers all over the globe. But when most people think about beekeepers, they think about keeping Apis mellifera or Apis cerana in boxes and producing certain types of honey. But beekeeping is so much more than that. And we think about, there's still people in the world that hunt and gather Apis dorsata, the giant honeybee, the dwarf honeybee, and also a huge group of stingless bees. And stingless bees are often managed by indigenous people around the globe. And why is that important? Because, and this is back into the sales part, we have to do a better job as scientists and individuals in government of selling the importance of pollinators in preserving biodiversity and also fighting climate change. So that's the sales part. But again, we have beautiful products in honey and beeswax to sell, but those are only part of the service that pollinators do. So to the sales. The sales pitch is not to among ourselves, because this meeting will be good. We'll talk about sustainability and problems in beekeeping and how to overcome them. But the sales we need to do is the sales pitch to the public. And we need to do a better job as individuals This is the armada thing. We're all small ships that are, but if we come collectively as an armada and we move with a message that, okay, you think of bees and beekeeping as important for pollination or wax and honey production, but we are vital in protecting the environment and vital in actually fighting climate change. So, because if beekeeping is practiced in areas that need to be preserved, then those beekeepers can do a good job of helping to preserve that environment. And I think particularly about indigenous people or local communities fighting deforestation, things like that. So again, we need to bring that message about pollination. Also, there's a good message about poverty reduction, food security, things like that. And then finally, this idea of climate change and conservation of biodiversity. And I'll leave you with a thought about David Mukamama and myself were just in Kenya for 4 or 5 days meeting with the United Nations. And I learned three numbers from the beekeepers there. There was a number of 100, a number of 40, and a number of 20. And those were thousands of metric tons. So 100,000 metric tons, 40,000 metric tons, or 20,000 metric tons of honey that was within within Tanzania, sorry. The first is 40,000 is what they consume, 40,000 metric tons of honey in Kenya. They only produce 20,000 metric tons. So they import, that country imports half of all their honey consumption. So that's not very sustainable. And yet their projected amount of production is 100,000 metric tons. So there's a huge opportunity there. And there's a lot of work within Kenya to get youth involved in beekeeping, to get other local communities involved in beekeeping, to realize that 100,000 metric tons of honey. So then what happens to just that one country? They meet their demand, which is 40,000 metric tons. Then they even have honey for export, which is income. So anyway, I think that's our challenge as beekeepers or scientists, is to do a better job in sales. And when I speak at a scientific conference, we speak in a certain way. But I think we have to get better at speaking to our grandparents, to be able to talk to our grandparents and explain what we're doing in science and also why it's important. So I thank you for the opportunity to be here. And as APA Monday, we're glad to support this along with WOA and FAO. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pettis. And now we have the Senior Animal Health Officer of the Ministry of Health of Italy, Dr. Andrea Maroni Ponti. Please.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Giovanni, for inviting us at this very interesting meeting. We are very interested about biosecurity because, as you know, in European Union, the prevention is considered of disease is considered one of the main goals of the politics. And in this prevention, biosecurity play a very important role. As for animal health issues, in our office, we are in the front line of this problem. And we have already designed biosecurity criteria for many different species. So the last species where we still have to work is bees, because we are still discussing about if biosecurity could be really applied in the beekeeping system. At least in our production system in Europe. As you know, biosecurity are the measure to prevent the introduction of pests and to manage the spread of pests inside a herd or outside. So our question is if biosecurity measure could be really applied in this system, because we are really interested to know if these measures are really efficiency, and there is also the chance to control the application of this measure. So for us, it's a key point, because in Italy we have a big discussion. We didn't arrive to define a position only for this species, but for other species it's not a problem. So I'm really keen to hear what the outcome of this meeting. And the last, I want to bring the greetings of my head of department, Giovanni Leonardi, which unfortunately could be not here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Maroni Ponti. And now we have the Chief Veterinary Officer, Dr. Ugo Della Marta, from the Ministry of Health.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. Thank you very much, Stefano, for the invitation. It's a great pleasure for me to be here. And, you know, in the past, we had a dream to have an event in this magnificent venue. And I greet Dr. Giulia Bonella. I saw this morning. It's a very pleasure for me to see her today. In the past, as Dr. Maurer said, I was the former director of the Istituto Zooprofilattico of Lazio e Toscana, and I am proud that during my mandate, the Istituto Zooprofilattico of Lazio and Toscana gets the honor of the goal to become a collaborating center for FAO in beekeeping. I think thanks the main thanks to Giovanni and his team, and I am happy that Stefano continues on this road, and I think I give you all my wishes to improve your position also at the international level for this matter that I think is very important for the global health, I think, because bees are important, you know, for the health of the environment, the health of the humans also. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Della Marta. So now we have Dr. Vincenzo Caputo, Extraordinary Commissioner for African Swine Fever. Please.
Buongiorno, parlerò in italiano. Quindi, buongiorno, ringrazio l'Istituto Zooprofilattico Sperimentale delle Regioni Lazio e Toscana che ci vede impegnati nella rete italiana degli istituti zooprofilattici. Io rappresento l'istituto vicino, Umbria e Marche, e quindi gli straordinari professionisti che rappresenta questo istituto fanno parte di questa splendida rete italiana di cooperazione.
So the gentleman would like to thank the Istituto Zooprofilattico of Lazio and Toscana, which together with the Zooprophylactic Institute from Umbria, which he represents, make a fantastic network over the Italian territory of the institutions of animal health.
L'istituto che rappresenta in questo momento ingloba anche la funzione di commissario straordinario per una delle malattie più preoccupanti del mondo animale, la peste suina africana, che in questo momento colpisce il territorio italiano in maniera severa.
Today the Institute is also busy in a battle against this very important disease which is affecting the entire territory, which is African swine fever.
Sul tema di oggi, in materia di tutela degli ecosistemi, e un parallelismo forte tra le due cose: un animale sentinella ambientale, un animale che mette in seria discussione produzioni, cultura, malattia. Quale la peste suina?
There is a very important parallelism between the situation that we are presenting today with this biosecurity event and the same similar situation which is represented by another bioindicator which affects undoubtedly the situation from the health point of view of animals and humans with this disease.
Chiudendo, abbiamo il ruolo di tutelare i nostri ecosistemi con politiche e programmi di lavoro che consentono di poter sviluppare. E quindi un ringraziamento a questi splendidi professionisti che ci vedono impegnati tutti insieme per poter consentire ai nostri territori di vivere in maniera idonea, e chiaramente quello delle api è uno dei temi fondanti di tutto l'ecosistema su cui regge la stessa vita degli uomini.
Thank you. We are now, the remarks going towards today's event, which values biodiversity and ecosystem services, which really, for bees especially and for other species as well, they really bring an important message to why we should protect and take care of the environment of which bees and other species are from.
In ultimo un ringraziamento al commissario straordinario, l'amico Stefano Palomba, alle autorità regionali, con l'assessore Righini con cui lavoriamo quotidianamente sul tema che citavo prima, alle autorità del Ministero della Salute che mi aiutano in questa difficile esperienza che sto portando avanti per poter restituire al territorio nazionale la giusta libertà di fronte a una malattia. Per fortuna non è il caso di stamattina, dove noi possiamo prevenire le malattie grazie al lavoro che avete fatto, e ringrazio molto.
So many thanks to Commissario Palomba, Righini from the region, and the Ministry of Health for fighting this battle against diseases in general, and a particular remark to today's event because it brings biosecurity measures, which are measures to prevent the spread of diseases and to avoid fighting against it later.
Grazie mille.
Thank you.
Okay, and so now we have the last presentation from Dr. Giancarlo Righini. That is, sorry, do we have? Okay, sorry, I'm very sorry. Please, Dr. Raffa, please. So we have the extra. Dr. Massimiliano Raffa, that is the extraordinary commissioner for RCA.
Sì, grazie dell'invito, faccio anche io un intervento in italiano e quindi ho chiesto il supporto della collega. Io sono il commissario dell'ARSIAL, che è l'agenzia regionale che si occupa di innovazione e sviluppo dell'agricoltura nel Lazio.
Yes, so the gentleman here is representing RCL, which is responsible for the development and innovation, thank you, sorry, of regarding honeybees and agriculture.
Non so nulla di api, se non che fanno un prodotto meraviglioso. Dico questo perché sono un manager, vengo dal mondo della finanza, sono una scelta atipica per un'istituzione regionale.
Although he is kind of an atypical choice for this sort of national institution because he comes from a managerial position and is not an expert on honeybees and apiculture.
Yes. Sono stato chiamato per fare un'operazione su questa agenzia totalmente nuova. Questa amministrazione vuole rendere questa agenzia sempre più competitiva, sempre più efficiente, sempre più manageriale. E gli interventi che noi facciamo su ricerca e innovazione sono a volte non sufficientemente rappresentativi e rappresentati.
He has been called to bring some kind of different direction and to aim this goal. New paradigma for research and innovations, and to manage the situation in a proactive way.
L'ARSIAL infatti è conosciuta per la promozione del prodotto, che ovviamente è estremamente importante anche in questo caso, perché se pensiamo che la Regione Lazio è il sesto produttore biologico, nel biologico, con 6.000 addetti, insomma, diciamo, è una regione che ha un valore anche in termini economici estremamente importante.
So the region of Lazio is very important from the production point of view of honey, counting over 6,000 workers towards the production of honey. So this is a very important sector to start highlighting.
Il 43% del prodotto che fanno i nostri apicoltori lo fanno per commercializzarlo.
43% of the products of beekeepers is produced for commercialization of the product.
Mentre il restante 57% viene utilizzato per un autoconsumo.
While the 57% is destined to self-consumption.
Ecco quindi che valorizzare il prodotto, quindi promuoverlo in maniera efficace, efficiente, manageriale, vuol dire andare a aiutare un settore come quello appunto degli agricoltori, nel caso specifico degli apicoltori, che devono avere in ARSIAL una leva, un'opportunità. Io spero di poter tornare il prossimo anno aumentando anche solo di un punto percentuale questo valore nella nostra regione. Lo stiamo facendo attraverso la partecipazione a non soltanto fiere nazionali, regionali, nazionali e internazionali, ma attraverso attraverso un complesso progetto di formazione dei nostri agricoltori, quello sviluppo di cui in realtà anche loro chiedono conto. A breve la Regione Lazio uscirà, lo dirà l'assessore, con 2 importanti leggi, uno sull'enoturismo e l'olioturismo, ma sappiamo perfettamente che l'agricoltore è un agricoltore a 360 gradi e quando impara a promuovere il proprio prodotto lo fa indipendentemente che sia olio o miele.
I would like to summarize a little bit. There is this very important effort which is made towards valorizing the actors that are managing the production of honey or olive oil or other farming products, and this is really the focus of the managerial direction, to provide tools and to provide support towards this cause.
Quindi stiamo costruendo un modello di lavoro che noi applicheremo poi a tutti i singoli settori, in ogni verticale. Questo modello di lavoro è incominciato da 10 mesi, l'abbiamo applicato incominciando con il vino e abbiamo avuto uno straordinario successo. Torniamo dal Vinitaly, che è insomma la kermesse più importante che abbiamo, con credo il raddoppio dei contratti dei nostri produttori, che è la cosa a cui tenevamo di più.
Since 10 months ago, there has been this application of this new model of action, of line of action, starting from wine production
e cercheremo di fare, diciamo, lo stesso lavoro, come dicevo prima, in ogni singolo settore. L'agenzia ha delle potenzialità enormi. Io ho trovato delle persone estremamente capaci, preparate, alcune insomma ovviamente hanno collaborato a questo progetto in prima persona, quindi lo so insomma perché sono veramente straordinari, ripeto. Abbiamo bisogno di rientrare all'interno di qualche regola un po' più privatistica, diciamo, per incominciare a avere anche qualche risultato misurabile, diciamo, e non soltanto insomma, diciamo, istituzionale. Bene, grazie dell'invito.
And starting from this work conducted on wine, they will try to apply this model to all the different sectors and to start gathering some tangible results, data, and to this successful management.
Thank you very much, Dr. Raffa. And so now we have the last presentation that is from Dr. Giancarlo Righini, that is the Councillor for Agriculture of Lazio region.
Good morning, everybody. I'm very proud to be here with you in this really important event. And so I have to special thanks to Mr. President of the Republic, Mattarella, who give us this extraordinary and magnificent estate, and a special thanks to Mr. Stefano Palomba for the Istituto Zooprofilattico Lazio Toscana. Thank you, Stefano. The National Strategic Plan of CAP, which is the European Union Program of Agriculture for the period 2023-2027, established, among other things, objective goals, rules, and sectoral intervention for beekeeping. Following the issuing of the national implementing provisions, the Lazio region approved the Regional Beekeeping Sub-Program 2023-2027, ensuring adequate funding for the activities of updating information and exchange of best practices considered fundamental for the professional growth of the sector. Since I took office of Councillor, I have worked to revive the sector, also thanks to the new regional law number 17/2022 on beekeeping, which I proposed in the previous legislature, and to the intense and fruitful collaboration with the Istituto Zooprofilattico. It is in this context that today's event, organized by Istituto Zooprofilattico in Rome and financed by the Lazio region within the framework of the OCM Miele, call for beekeeping for the 2023-2024 year, take place. This initiative, now is in its third international edition, will bring together all the experts from the main scientific societies to present national and international realities and experiences on biosecurity measured applied in beekeeping, comparing existing approaches in the other context, including veterinary health issues. There is no better way to start this long weekend of beekeeping initiatives, which will ideally end on Monday 20th with the World Bee Day 2024, which we will celebrate together with the Regional Beekeeping Council. I wish you all the best in your works. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Righini. And so we can start with the first technical presentation that will be provided by Ms. Jun Kim. She is a veterinarian currently working at Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations headquarters as Animal Health Officer. Her main role includes to coordinate the network of the FAO Reference Center of Antimicrobial Resistance and support the deployment of a flagship FAO's AMR tool called the Progressive Management Pathway for AMR globally.
Thank you, Giovanni. It's my honor to present our FAO activities for animal health, bee health towards sustainable beekeeping. I'm Jian Kim, Animal Health Officer from Animal Health and Production Division. And I will start. So I just wanted to give the overview of the FAO activities on bee health. So first, we really focusing on training activities and guidelines development. So as you know, as you see in the right, in the monitor, we have developed several guidelines called Good Beekeeping Practice for Sustainable Apiculture and also Responsible Use Antimicrobials in Beekeeping. And also, we provide several technical support to several countries, including Saudi Arabia, Oman, Afghanistan, also Argentina, also Cook Island, and Zimbabwe, Sierra Leone, Timor-Leste. So like several countries upon their request. And we, every 3 years with Apimondia and also IZSLT, our FAO reference center for bee health, and Appalachian State University, we launched the survey to study knowledge, attitude, and practice among beekeepers to see their attitudes and also their practices at the field for main honeybee disease, focusing on varrosis, nosemosis, and foul brood disease. And also our scope includes antimicrobial use called AMR. So these are the resources available online as well. Also, more importantly, in our scope, we also want to provide our member nations policy and technical support, as I mentioned, several countries, focusing on responsible use of chemicals, including antimicrobial and antimicrobial pesticide and other pesticides used in plant health. So as our Dr. Song mentioned, we launched our 10 years initiative called RenoFarm, which is reduce the need on antimicrobials on farms for sustainable agri-food system transformation. So this is very aligned with today's meeting. And then this is really at the field level and farm level or apiary level, we reduce the need instead of using the chemicals as a preventive measure. One of the work stream includes integrated pest management. This is really reduce the unnecessary use of chemicals to really protect the health of bees. And also we developed, together with IZSLT, developed a policy framework, a very comprehensive policy framework for countries called Progressive Management Pathway. So as you see, we have 4 steps. This is a very FAO historical approach. We call it PMP. And then it really supports countries' stepwise approach from the stage 1, first assessing the situation. And then stage 2, we develop and implement small-scale initiative at local level. And then scaling up to stage 3 for sustainable beekeeping at nationwide level. So develop and implement nationwide beekeeping, good beekeeping practice. And the last level is sustain the good beekeeping practice at the national level. So this is the progress management pathway, and we piloted this in Argentina in 2023 successfully with IZSLT together with Dr. Giovanni Formato. And another thing is we also have, as you all know, we have a FAO reference center. This is a technical resource that we have as FAO. So upon request from our member states, we also provide diagnostic service from the FAO reference center or like technical advice at the policy level. So FAO reference center we have for bee health, there's only one in Italy. Also, FAO fosters science and knowledge sharing. In 2023, just to mention, we funded 2 important studies to see the linkage between antimicrobial resistance and bee health. With the IZSLT, we studied the prevalence of antibiotic-resistant pea larvae causing American foul brood. If this is really developing the resistance against lincomycin, tylosin, and oxytetracycline. And then this is comparative study between Italy, Canada, and Argentina based on their policy legislation. So some countries, they already banned the use of antibiotics in their beekeeping, while some other countries, they didn't have this legislation yet. So this is interesting study in the pipeline to publish. Another study is a validation of innovative biosecurity measures to prevent American foul brood disease development. So this is the biosecurity measure called shock swarm. So this is also under the pipeline to publish together with IZSLT. And also I would like to mention this important initiative called Renofarm. So as you see, this is at the policy level, we provide already very comprehensive framework, while at the farm level, we still need to work to streamline our approach to reduce the chemical use, especially antimicrobial use. So at farm level, we streamline the 5 Gs, as you see in the infographic. So the first is good production practice at farm level, and then second is good alternative, which is also including integrated pest management, and also good connection, fostering collaboration, and also provide the platform to discuss among beekeepers, and also good incentive, which is a certification system, etc., and also good health service to provide a quality veterinary service for beekeeping. So this is really for animal health as well, livestock, but also like aquaculture, but apiculture, so for the old agri-food system. So it was launched in China, Rongqing, just some weeks ago. And then we have launched the membership application. So as you see in this slide, you can also join as a beekeeper and also country and academia. So we really encourage your interest to join this initiative. So as you see in the middle part, we have 5 enablers, including education and awareness raising, and behavior and social approach to change the behaviors of farmers, and public-private collaboration, and research innovation and new technologies and youth engagement. So this is the enablers. So for this, we also launched the community of practice, so all the beekeepers could also share their prudent use of antimicrobials, and also good management of apiaries, so they can share their initiative also with all the beekeepers around the world. So also, lastly, I would like to mention that in FAO we have a different division and unit working on beekeeping. So first of all, also we have this monitoring diversities of bees. So our colleagues mentioned we don't only have this Apis mellifera, but we also have other bees. So this is available resource in .is platform from FAO. And also every year we raise awareness and train the beekeepers for the celebration of World Bee Day every year from FAO. And also we have a bee farmer field school. This is FAO flagship also platform that at the production level, farmers or beekeepers, they share their good initiative like community of practice, but as a school. So they design the intervention and also apply directly in the farm and then see the result. So this is happening in also Africa, in Zimbabwe and Sierra Leone, and also in Asia there is Timor, let's say, we have piloted, but mostly until now this is to create the youth job, so to train youth beekeepers to create the sustainable income. So this is happening, and then we may scale up this for our bee health scope as well. So this is all that I just briefly give you some overview of FAO's activities. And I also would like to acknowledge our colleagues for this contribution to these slides and also guidance, namely Rosvita Baumann and Giovanni Formato and Junxia Song. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Dr. Kim. So now we have a streaming speaker that is Dr. Subramanian Sevgan, that is the head at ICIPE, the International Center of Insect Physiology and Ecology, and responsible of UA Bee Health Africa in Kenya. Dr. Sevgan Subramanian, experience in Asia and Africa, holds a PhD and MSc in agricultural entomology from Tamil Nadu Agricultural University in India. His key R4D focus are in the areas of integrated pest management, in the strategies for staple and horticultural crops, biopesticides, climate change adaptation, insect biodiversity, and insect for food and feed. As head of environmental health team, he also coordinates the activity of UA Collaborating Center for Bee Health in Africa. He has more than 180 publications and guided 4 postdoc, 12 PhD, and 8 MSc scholars.
Respected dignitaries of this international convention and also participants, good morning to one and all. First of all, apologies from my end for not being able to make it in person. And also thanks to the organizers for giving us this opportunity to make this presentation on our work in Africa. Let me share my presentation. The topic of the presentation today is updates on the bee pest diseases and health in Africa. My name is Subramanian Sevgan. I head the environment health team at TCP. And this presentation is made on behalf of my colleagues, Beatrice Ganso, Ketoko Nakoba, and Nelly Dungu, who work with me on the bee health space in ICP. Just a quick facts about ICP. It's a center of excellence in Africa for research and capacity building in insect science, an intergovernmental organization with charter signed by 13 countries worldwide. And we have more than 530 staffs belonging to 40 nationalities working at ICP. And we take a lot of pride in the capacity building effort that we do. More than 150 to 180 graduate students trained annually. And we collaborate with more than 300 partners worldwide. We are a 100% solar organization based in Nairobi, but with sub-offices in Ethiopia, Uganda, Benin, and we work with a good number of partners across Africa with footprints in most of the sub-Saharan African countries. The institute was started by Thomas Odhiambo more than 50 years ago, and then we were led by the World Food Prize winner, Professor Hans Herren, a Swiss national, followed by Professor Christian Burgermeister from Germany and Dr. Seganet Kelemo from Ethiopia. And currently, beginning this year, we are led by Dr. Abdou Tenkwano from Burkina Faso. Look at the diversity of African honeybees and their livelihood impacts in Africa. Largely, the focus has been towards the high-value products that they produced, honey. We are trying to diversify the product profile of honeybees, such as bee wax and other things, which are keenly being taken forward in Ethiopia, Zanzibar, and other sub-Saharan African countries. Beyond these high-value products, one of the less valued service of bees is the pollination services. Just to give a perspective, the annual value of pollination services in Kenya alone is estimated to be around $186 million, while in Ethiopia it is estimated at around $815 million. When we speak about pollination services, most of our attention goes towards the honeybees, but in Africa there are quite a diversity of other bees that also contributes to pollination services, such as the stingless bees, the alticid bees, and others. Which also contributes to pollination services, and hence, if accessing pollination services needs to be looked at in terms of conserving the biodiversity of all these bees in the ecosystem. The issues related to bee health are widely assessed in the template in the developed countries, while in Africa this is not so intensively understood in this regard. ICP, with the support of European Union, established the Bee Health facility in Kenya with satellite laboratories in Burkina Faso, Ethiopia, Cameroon, and Liberia. And this was an effort that was carried on for more than 6 to 7 years between 2012 to 2018. And within this effort, we were able to develop tools and strategies for management of bee health constraints, support communities with tools for effective honeybee and stingless bee farming, and more than 16 honey marketplaces in 8 African countries were developed. National Agriculture Research and Extension System partners from 21 Anglophone and 28 Francophone countries were trained, and more than 36,572 beneficiaries were trained in beekeeping technologies. We are also considered as the nodal center for bee health in Africa by the World Organization for Animal Health in Nairobi. Some of the quick facts about what we could find here. We worked a lot in understanding the diversity of bees and the stingless bees, and I'm just giving some few examples. This study in Comoros Islands clearly highlighted the presence of distinct mitochondrial haplotypes and also hybridized nuclear genomes in Comoros Islands for honeybees. And in terms of stingless bees, we were able to find 37 distinct species in Africa as compared to 20 reported by Eardley in 2004. One new species in Kenya was reported, Plebena coplandi. And we also observed that Central Africa is the hotspot for stingless bees, more than 30 species, and more than 17 species of stingless bees are observed in Kenya. Beyond looking at the diversity of bees, we have also been monitoring pests and diseases and offering diagnostic services to various national partners. Some few quick facts on what we were able to achieve in the last 5 years alone is the first report of small hay beetles in Mauritius was made in 2018 by Mooley and co-workers. We also observed that the large hay beetles, Oplostomus species, is a major constraint in bee productivity in the Taita Taveta Afro-Mountain region in Kenya. This is interesting that the large hay beetles intensity is quite high in this region, and currently we are looking at the factors that contribute to the large hay beetle prevalence in this region, such as the organic manure prevalence and the vegetations that are around and so on. Comoros and Seychelles were declared varroa free with our efforts, and in Ethiopia we observed that varroa, bee lice, wax moths, and osima are key constraints to bee productivity in Ethiopia. In terms of the prevalence of the mite pests, there are the varroa mites and also the tracheal mites are widely spread in Africa, and this is a work that was reported by Professor Perk in 2016. Tried to present his work to highlight the widespread nature of the bees, mites affecting African honeybees in the continent. In spite of their widespread prevalence, the impact these varroa mites on the productivity or the multiplication of African bees has been always found to be less. To understand the factors behind it, my colleague Beatrice Ganso in 2017, when she was a PhD student working with us, looked into the hygienic and grooming behavior in African and European honeybees. And clearly we found that the mite infestation rates were less in the African Apis mellifera scutellata as compared to the Apis mellifera of European origin from USA. The grooming behavior was better expressed in Apis mellifera scutellata than in the Apis mellifera hybrids of European origin. We also looked at the varroa-specific hygienic behavior of Apis mellifera scutellata in Kenya later in 2018. And we observed that the mites that infest African honeybees has low fertility, fecundity, and number of mated female offsprings, which explains the lower reproductive success of these parasitic mites in the continent. Beyond the traits of hygienic behavior, we also looked into the aspects such as the impact of propolis on mites. Crude propolis, its volatiles and ethanolic extracts were found to be detrimental to the parasitic mites. And within 10 minutes of exposure, we were able to find up to 40 to 60% mortality. but there were also long-term toxicity effects that were observed, as you might see here in this graph on your right. After 360 minutes of exposure, the mortality was also picking up. In total, these propolis volatiles were quite deleterious to the mite survival in the colony. Beyond the mites and the pests, various pathogens associated in African honeybees include the bacteria African foulboard disease caused by Pennibacillus larvae, European foulboard disease caused by Melisocus plutoneus, Nosema disease caused by Nosema ceranae, Nosema apis and Nosema pneumoniae, chalkboard disease caused by Ascosphaera apis, and various virus diseases, both positive sense and negative sense, single-stranded RNA viruses and double-stranded DNA viruses, of which the deformed wing virus is quite widely prevalent, and other viruses like acute bee paralysis virus, black queen cell viruses are also widely prevalent in Africa. Beyond the pest diseases, the health of the bees is also influenced by the landscapes, and in this regard, we closely look at the impact of landscapes on the bee productivity. And in this study done in Muingi, we are able to clearly observe that in the wooded, when the beehives are placed close to the wooded vegetation, their productivity is high. And as they get close to cropped lands, the productivity drastically declines. The same argument, we looked at the pollination services offered by bees in various landscapes with different levels of wooded and cropped ecosystems, offering supplemental pollination with 2 beehives in Muranga region of Kenya. And what we observed is placement of just 2 supplemental beehives could increase the productivity by around 20% for avocado in Kenya. In this study done in the Taita Taveta Hills, we engaged with the bee farmers and tried to perceive their factors that they considered to be detrimental to beekeeping and how it is influenced along the altitudinal transects. And clearly pesticide use was higher in the highlands as compared to the low altitude zones of Taita Taveta region. And land use conflict was a major challenge in the highlands, midlands, and fairly relatively low in lowlands. And deforestation was a major challenge in the highlands. While in the lowlands, water availability was a key challenge perceived by the farmers. So constraints related to bee farming also varies with the altitudinal differences in the agroecologies. We looked at the pesticide residues and its effects in honeybees in Africa, and residue levels in honey samples from Kenya, Ghana, Uganda, and Ethiopia were found to be mostly less than the minimum residue levels prescribed in EU. Well, largely it is less than the minimum residue levels. Few samples alone had higher levels of neonicotinoids, acetopramide, imidacloprid, and thiamethoxams, which are nearly 3-folds more than the minimum residue levels prescribed. Among the diversity of the different pesticides, insecticides followed by the fungicides, herbicides, and lastly, acaricides were observed in the honey samples tested. On the honeybees, stingless bees also contributes to pollination services, and we are keenly looking at the pollination services offered by stingless bees in greenhouse ecosystems for horticulture crops like blueberry, cucumber, sweet melons, watermelon, eggplant, bell pepper, and strawberries. And in this one example on cucumber, you can observe that some of the stingless bee species like Melibonula bokendae contributes to pollination services that is equivalent to a hand cross-pollinated crop. So the pollination services offered by stingless bees, especially in the greenhouse crops, is quite significant, which needs to be harnessed. We are also keenly looking at the pests associated with the stingless bees, and we observe that there are 2 major ones that frequently occur. One is the small hive beetle, Ethina tumida, and also the scale-humped black fly, Megacilia scalaris, are widely prevalent in the stingless bee colonies. According to the differences in the species, their infestation levels also significantly varies. Species like Melibonula bokendae, Melibonula togoensis, Plebena hildebrandi are widely infested by these pests, while the other species, the infestation levels are relatively low. We're also looking into the diseases associated with stingless bees, the fungal pathogen, Peroniella omarum is a key challenge in stingless bee production, and it varies with the species. Meliponella bocandei, togoensis, and ferruginea are key stingless bee species infested by the fungal pathogens. And apart from the fungal pathogens, viral pathogen like black queen cell viruses has been reported in Hypotrigona gribadoi, Meliponella lendeliani, and Meliponella bocandei. And these viruses were also collected from inside the colony. Last year, my colleague, Dr. Beatus Ganso, ran a continental-wide survey with beekeepers, more than 1,556 beekeepers, and collected data from more than 33,809 managed colonies from 8 countries, Ethiopia, Kenya, Uganda, Rwanda, Benin, Nigeria, Liberia, and Cameroon, to understand the overall colony loss rate in these countries, which on an average across the continent was observed to be around 19.6%. But countries like Kenya and Uganda faced significantly high levels of colony loss rates, close to 40 to 45% on an average. We also try to talk to the beekeepers and understand their perception on various causes for the colony loss. Major ones were pesticide poisoning, pest and pathogens, natural disasters, empty hives, basically absconding of bees, and also predators were considered to be key challenges for contributing to colony loss. This was in Ethiopia and also in Kenya. But countrywide differences also was observed. Like for instance, in the pesticide poisoning was considered to be a major challenge more in Ethiopia than in Kenya. And then pest and pathogens were considered to be more prevalent in Kenya as compared to in Ethiopia. Across the continent, that was pretty much this is pretty much the scenario where pesticide poisoning, pest and pathogens, natural disasters, and empty hives because of absconding, and also because of theft, human theft were considered to be major challenges. Occasional problems of bee in Africa includes the honey badger. Honey badger is quite widely prevalent in Kenya, and this is the reason most of the farmers also keep their beehives high up on the trees to avoid the honey badger. As we bring down the hives with improved framed hives, we need to come up with strategies to avoid the honey badger invading into the colonies. Apart from that, the carbaronid bees like Palaris, Philanthus are also considered as bee parrots occasionally in different parts of Africa. And beyond all these insects and mammals, yes, the human theft is also considered as one of the major human-related theft of colonies is also considered as one of the major challenges faced by beekeepers in the continent. Using remotely sensed and bioclimatic variables, we are also predicting the suitability for honeybee pest and diseases across the continent. And this is a work I would like to present from Kenya, where we considered variables such as the vegetation index, NDVI, the topographical variables, and the AfriClim bioclimatic variables together to develop 3 models, one based on purely remote sensing variables, one based on remote sensing and bioclimatic variables, and model 1 based on bioclimatic variables alone. We try to understand the precision levels of predictions, and clearly when we combine bioclimatic variables and remote sensing variables, the precision level was higher. As you might see on the right side, the over prediction of suitability was reduced as compared to just using bioclimatic variables on the left. Based on this, the model 3, which includes remote sensing and bioclimatic variables, were chosen to predict the suitability for small hive beetles, wax moths, varroa, and large hive beetles in Kenya under the current scenario, and predict their situation in 2055, which indicates that the pest issues of honeybees is likely to expand by 2025, affecting beekeeping in the continent, and this should be the scenario also across the continent. In terms of scaling improved beekeeping practices, we work closely with communities adjacent to threatened ecosystems, promote improved beekeeping practices with them, And we also offer or develop marketplaces for them to process the products and also market the products widely. And we support these communities with organic certification and other market positive certifications, and contribute to creation of awareness for their products in various fora. This is our strategy, and this is now widely being done in Ethiopia, building employment for more than 150,000 youth and women in Ethiopia, in Zanzibar, and more recently in Kenya and other island nations of Africa. Some of the honey that has been produced from these groups have been widely also acclaimed to be organic. And this honey that was produced by the Muingi Farmers Group, trained by ISAPI, was awarded the best organic honey in a trade fair in Germany conducted in 2010. Recently, we are looking at creating value for unique honeys that are available in Kenya, and in this regard, we are trying to establish geographic indications for traditional honey produced by the Ogek community in the Mau Forest region of Kenya in partnership with CIRAD. And we're also trying to practice the antioxidant properties of honey from different regions. And this study was recently published. Honey collected from Kenya, Uganda, and Cameroon were tested for their antioxidant property and compared with Manuka honey, which is the globally widely appreciated honey. And in this case, we found that the antioxidant properties of some of the honeys that were available in Kenya were equally good as compared to the Manuka honey. To conclude my presentation, I would like to present this work done again by my colleague Beatrice Ganso as a review, looking at the best practices for colony management, which is often a neglected aspect for improving honeybee colony health and productivity in Africa. And I would like to highlight that environmental factors, colony productivity factors, colony genetic traits, and also beekeepers' educations are critical for enhancing honeybee colony health and bee health and also bee productivity in Africa. There are some critical gaps that need to be addressed. We need to address, need to look at the, need to characterize the honeybee subspecies in Africa. We need to investigate the impact of land cover on bee forages, bee biology, health, and productivity. Monitoring colony loss and unraveling factors associated with colony loss, and also enhanced probability of hiving wild colonies from the wild ecosystems is critical. Optimizing hive types and lean season management for specific agroecologies is also critical. Most farmers do not observe lean season management, which contributes to colony absconding. We need to promote product diversification for greater sustainability of apiculture sector in Africa. The critical knowledge gaps to be addressed in Africa includes more detailed information on the varroa mite haplotypes in Africa is needed. Diversity of deformed wing virus in Africa needs to be unraveled. Strength and surveillance of future threats such as the Asian lelapid parasitic mites is needed. An unified protocol for pest disease monitoring in bee colonies across the continent is needed. More detailed assessment of the pest and disease of stingless bees in Africa is critical. We are also looking at working with the regulatory authorities to establish standards for stingless bee honey to contribute to scaling of this bee and bee product in the continent. With that, I would like to thank all the donors who have been supporting ISAPI and also the organizers for giving us this opportunity, and also all the participants for patiently hearing to this presentation. Thank you. And once again, apologies from my side for not being able to make it in person. And I'm sure the deliberations of this international convention will be quite useful to understand the biosecurity and also bee health issues across the globe. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much to Dr. Sevgan for his very interesting presentation. Now we have the last presentation of the morning from Dr. Fanny Atina. Fanny is a biologist with a PhD on pollination. She graduated from Aristotle University of Thessaloniki and undertook her diploma and PhD studies in University of Wales College of Cardiff. She is a researcher in the Department of Apiculture, Institute of Animal Science of Elgodimitra in Greece, the director of the Institute of Animal Science, a collaborating expert with European Food Safety Authority, and since 2019, the chair of the Bee Health Scientific Commission of Apimondia. In October 2022, she was also elected as chair of the Council in International Bee Research Association. Please, Fanny, the floor is yours.
Grazie Giovanni. Buongiorno a tutti. Non parlo italiano bene, that's why I will change to English, okay? I'm very happy and honored to be here for this meeting representing Apimondia. And especially because the occasion of this organization, this webinar, the third webinar of this quadruple joint technical group for antimicrobial resistance and biosecurity is taking place just before the World Bee Day, which is special. Also because we are meeting here in this special place, and I would like to thank also the people that they are hosting us here. So I will talk very quickly about honeybee health and what Apimondia is doing for this and some initiatives. Probably from about what we are doing, not what we are going to do. There are several ideas, especially after we hear a lot about what is happening in Africa. I'm very happy that the next Apimondia Congress is going to take place in Africa. So I will start from the terminology. Is beekeeping sustainable, and what is sustainable beekeeping? Because according to the term, sustainable beekeeping, by definition, is the act of bee farming using principles of ecology in a way that bees, humans, practice, and the economy of the act are bound together in a relationship where the use of the organisms, the bees, respect the rules of the environment, and this relationship can last for a long time and being profitable, even in a changing environment. So here we bring everything that we already hear, and I will talk about. But what are the facts? The facts are that the honeybee colonies are lost more and more year after year, and this is questioning our farming, our beekeeping practices. That climate change also brings more troubles and has its own effect on our bees. That the beekeepers are more and more dependent on artificial feeding and veterinary medicines, and we should always consider that. And we have lots and lots of new technologies that they can do our job easier and maybe even more profitable, but still we have one enemy, like the pests, like Varroa, and it's number one, and still we are fighting with it. So all around the world, the beekeepers and scientists are trying to find solutions and to explain why we have these losses, why we find this variability on our results in our experiment, and what we can do between the different regions. And at the same time, we are very interested to know more about the pollination services that the honeybees are providing, and that is why we need to look into from a global perspective, that we have the beekeeper as the guardian of the honeybees, but there are so many other kind of bees around that they all together provide the pollination services that we need, because at the end, whatever we are doing in this environment, it comes to our plate, because we are the people are the recipients of what is happening, and that is connected to the production of the bees, but as well as the quality of the environment. I put in this slide just a few kind of, let's say, equations, because we talk about biodiversity, and we know that this is a fundamental stone that we need to preserve and to develop and to maybe even make it better, because we know that the diverse food sources are rich food sources, and they are good nourished for nourishment for our colonies. Rich pollen and nectar and no artificial feeding it is what it means healthier and more vigorous bees. For example, healthier bees, they need less veterinary medicines, and we have higher quality products. I don't want to read everything, but this is the basic idea that as much as we need rich biodiversity for our food, the same thing goes for the health of the bees, because these are interconnected. And then, if we go to the drivers for the reduced bee health, you can see that we have pesticides, we have veterinary medicines, we have, of course, nutrition that I just talked about, the pest diseases, and the genetic stock, which is very important. And in terms of pesticides, which I consider one of the biggest driver for colony losses, or sometimes we don't have colony losses, but we have a weakening of the colony, so no production or less production, which is also very important. You can see some of the results that we monitor as scientists, and as also Apimondia, we are following very closely this subject. And you can see at the bottom of your screen just some examples of where we can see striking reduce or striking effects, like the hypopharyngeal glands, like the function of the heart and the respiration, like the metabolism, like also the homeostasis, which is the ability to preserve the proper temperature inside the hive. Then, of course, if we go to the pests and diseases, as I said, Varroa is still number one, and we can not really get rid of it, to talk in a more simple way. But like the scientists around the world, and Apimondia is also supporting these initiatives, we try to find ways of not only using chemicals or organic acids, but also to find ways to develop the natural resistance of the bees around the world, because it's there. We need to find and to develop it with different methodologies, as you find at the bottom of your screen. And what is very essential is that we have already from the experimental results, this is from Buchler 2024, that we showed that the local populations are surviving better. And it seems that this is happening in every environment, as you can see it. I will skip this one because, in fact, it's what I talked before, but then we have also the climate change that we need to take into account, because now some things are changing and we cannot run beekeeping business or have the same practices in exactly the same way like grandfathers were doing, because things are changing. And with this mismatch between the flowers and the bees and their development, as well as with the extreme events that are happening due to the climate change, we need to see how we can cope. And if we don't rely on local populations, then things become even more difficult. What you see in this slide is one experimental result of some work we did with Prima project. This is in Greece and Algeria, and I want you to see in the two areas on top and one area on the bottom. The bottom is in Algeria, the two are in Greece, where I come from, and you can see yellow and red dots. The yellow dots show the average temperature that is going to be increased in the next 40 years from now, and the red in the next 40. So we go to 2020. And it happens that the average temperature is increasing more than 2.5 degrees in the south of Europe, like in Greece, but to 4.5% in Africa, in Algeria, which is really very, alarming. But of course, it is a simulation of the models if we don't take measures. And the measures should have been taken 20 years ago, not today. We are already in Plan B, or if I can say, in Plan C. But what I also want you to see in these pictures is that the way that the temperature, we know that it goes up and down, and in this bell shape during the year, it's going to a little bit diminish. So in the beginning and the end of the year, we have temperatures that they are similar to spring and summer. So these seasonality that we already know that is happening, that is changing, and it's disappearing more. So through Apimondia, we also tried, in order to help, to support sustainability and give solutions and support to also initiatives that they can not solve the problem, but maybe facilitate all the rest of the things that they are happening. We have initiatives like this one, for example, that we're asking people to join us on planting and making the planet green. And I don't mean green by just having it green, but with melliferous plants, because this is what I see when I talk with the people that they are planting trees and bushes, that they make everything, for example, only pine trees. Pine trees is not always a source of food for the bees. And it's also very risky for fires. And we also give awards for this. Apimondia is also participating in other kind of initiatives, like this one, for example, other international initiatives that comes from Europe. It is support the farmers, save the bees at the same time. And this is where we need to come into more and better collaboration with the farmers. Like surveys about the effects of the pesticides on the colonies. Beekeepers can go to these surveys, they are in 4 different languages, and they can specify if they have this kind of losses all around the world. We need answers, we need data. Even if the data is scattered around the world, is data that can help us to convince the politicians and the policymakers what it has to be done. And of course, we need to talk about the invasive species, because climate change is increasing these possibilities, also the trade of the colonies. And we had a webinar in Apimondia, and we are now going to work together with projects and Colos World Bee Health group for having common activities. What we really do in Apimondia is to bring people together and disseminate the knowledge. And this is happening with the congresses that you already know. But we started to be a little bit more engaged on having more and more often, and not only in bee health, but in other subjects, symposia, because the symposia can bring the knowledge to the local people that they cannot travel, and we can engage more people in a focused subject, like the one on your left that is going to happen next month in Madrid for the bee health. And what we really value is this collaboration with the other 3 organizations, that we can do efforts together, and we will see from now on even more what we can do and how we can help the health of the bees and the sustainability of the beekeeping. And with this one, I would like to thank you, and I hope that we all together, we can celebrate World Bee Day, but we can do something for the sake of the bees, not only honeybees, all bees. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Atina. So I don't know if we have any questions. No? Okay. So now, if outside you can find the lunch, and we meet again here at 2 o'clock. 1 o'clock. I'm sorry, with the 2 round tables. Thank you.
Prova? Ok.
And take seat, please. We can start the afternoon section. Thank you. To the present people here and the people that are connected on streaming. Now we'll start this technical afternoon section, which where there are two round tables. It's quite intense after this morning, but in this program now we can have this afternoon very interesting topics from researchers and people that are invited, dealing with the topics that were spoken this morning in the welcome remarks. So we'll have the situation of the our sustainable and beekeeping, sustainable beekeeping aspect. In the first roundtable, creating a network for sustainable beekeeping, I asked to the speaker, please, to respect the time. They have about 8 minutes each. Then we can have the time for eventual questions. The first speaker is Giovanni Formato. He doesn't need any presentation because we have heard about him all this morning. It's from our institute, and we are very glad of it. I would like to stress the fact that our institute, thanks to Giovanni Formato, had good net relation, first of all, of course, with FAO, and also with WAC, which are, and of course, Apimondia, so our partners in the event. And the Institute, as you know, is a FAO reference center from 2020 on animal health and food security discipline, apiculture, health and biosecurity, in collaboration with another institute, which is the institute from Padua, where now we have another friend, colleague, that he will have a relation later. And we are also a WAC collaborating center on good beekeeping management practice and biosecurity measures in the apiculture sector. So I will ask Giovanni. Giovanni will make a presentation on updates on the BeeNet, the European Platform for Sustainable Beekeeping, which is a project. Giovanni, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. So good afternoon. So today I will update you about what is happening on the BeeNet platform. So it is the first European thematic network for apiculture. Here I want only to stress one thing, that all those that are involved in beekeeping, they are invited to register on the BeeNet platform and visit the BeeNet platform. So as you can see here on the right, on the bottom, you can find the link for the website. Please go there and you will see what we are doing, what we are trying to realize in Europe, that the idea is to create a network between beekeepers, scientists, policymakers, and all those that are involved in the beekeeping sector to discuss about the main needs of apiculture and above all on innovations that could be put into practice for European beekeepers, and to define in different countries the best beekeeping practices. So how we do that? We do mainly using a bottom-up approach. So we spread in Europe the survey asking beekeepers in different languages. We are so far using 14 languages. We ask beekeepers which are the practices that they think are most relevant for their activity. Starting from those practices, so you can see we have the practices platform. We collect practices with a bottom-up approach by beekeepers. Then we put in the platform and we select the practices according to the different characterizations of the practices. For example, they are characterized by research and innovation. We make an evaluation about the sustainability of those practices by the economical point of view, by the impact on human health, on bee health, and on the environment. And after this selection, we every year take at least 20 practices that are described in deep in every country, working together beekeepers, researchers, and defining those that are called best beekeeping practices. So the best beekeeping practices are those practices that represent the best ideal activity to perform in each country for a specific activity in beekeeping. This means keeping into consideration the kind of bees that they have. For example, in Sweden, they usually sent us pictures of beekeepers that didn't use the gloves. That is something impossible to do in Southern Europe. And so when you speak about best beekeeping countries, best beekeeping practices, you have to keep into consideration the bees, the kind of bees that you have, the kind of beekeeping equipment that you have, and the kind of traditional use and best way of perform those practices in each specific country. So after the exchange, this means after exchanging the ideas on how to realize and describing each practice, there is the validation of the practices. This means that at least 75% of members that use the platform agree on how the practice is described. And the practice, once it is validated, is placed in the repository platform. So the repository platform is a platform that is open access. This means you don't have to be registered in the platform if you want to see the results of the best beekeeping practices description. And so anyone can take from the repository and use for own knowledge or for training to beekeepers or other people that want to know about those practices. So the repository is the final platform where you can see the final results of these activities. Okay, here you can see the steps that we follow, and let me say that so far we have finished, we have 4 rounds in describing the practices. Every year, as I told you, we describe at least 20 practices for country. And now we finished the first round. We are developing the activities related to how to communicate at best to beekeepers in Europe, but even over Europe, beyond Europe, these practices. So we are working with sociological studies and experts on communication on how to best communicate. This at the end seems videos are the best way to beekeepers want to be updated, and videos, short videos, and with not so much text, not so much discussion, and very practical demonstration of what they should do. Here you can see the countries involved. We have 13 national BDNet centers. This means that in those countries there are 13 physical places where beekeepers, advisors, and other people involved in beekeeping can meet and discuss the practices, both at the theoretical level, but even in the apiaries. And apart the national BDNet centers, let me to stress one thing here, they use the local language. So the practices that you will find on the platform, they are in different languages. This because we saw that a big obstacle for beekeepers is the language. So, for example, in today's meeting, most of participants are not beekeepers because the English is a problem for most of them. So these are the national BDNet centers, and then we have international BDNet centers. Here the language is English. We have international BDNet centers for beekeepers, and this activity is led by Apimondia. We have international BDNet centers with activities for advisors. This means beekeeping technicians, veterinarians, and so on. And I have to say here a wonderful job is being doing by the University Complutense of Madrid and by the chief lead that is the University, Sweden University. They are making very good efforts in starting now. We are discussing on how at best communicate beekeepers information about practices. So it's not just a matter of what to transmit to beekeepers, but it's a matter of how to transmit at best to beekeepers the information. And the third International BDNet Center is led by BeLife, and it is for all other stakeholders. We had a wonderful meeting in Brussels last November, and it was about the great need of beekeepers in Europe, especially to have available organic veterinary medicines to treat their bees. And so we discussed it even at the European community level and political level. Let me just only show you this final slide that is an invitation to take part to the Bee Health Symposium that will be held in Madrid. And this event will be in 15th and 16th of June. And it is back-to-back to the International Advisor Training of BDNet. So if you would like to take part to this event or to have more information about the activities we are doing in this BDNet thematic network, just let us know. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Giovanni. So we go, I think we'll spend time for the questions at the end of the roundtable. It's better. We go on with the next, Dr. Alessandro Ripani, He is a colleague from another institute, Abruzzo and Molise, which is from a bordering region near Latium. And Alessandro is a veterinarian, head of the international activities of the Experimental Institute of Abruzzo and Molise, and of the National Reference Center for the Urban Hygiene and Epidemic Emergencies. He had experience at the General Laboratory of the ISES of Teramo, where he performed analysis for the detection and identification of pathogenic microorganisms in foods, and participated in numerous research projects and epidemiological investigation in case of epidemics. In 2008, he was seconded to the WAC, where he contributed to promote transparency of the global animal disease situation by monitoring relevant disease information provided by member countries. He managed dossier on the issues relating on the official recognition by the WAC of member countries as free from certain disease, such as foot-and-mouth disease, BSE, classical swine fever, and so on. He will speak about collaborative efforts to safeguard honeybee health in Northern Africa. Please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, for this kind presentation, and thank you for the invitation in this important, very important meeting in this lovely place, and for the warm welcoming. Thank you very much. Yes, I'm going to speak about this, and please, I would like to share the greetings from my Director General that unfortunately couldn't come, Dr. Nicola D'Alterio. That send best regards to all of you. I spent almost 10 years in North Africa, in Tunisia, working with the World Organization for Animal Health, and I had the opportunity to work in the past years with these bee diseases within a framework of REMESA, which is the network of chief veterinary officer of 15 member Mediterranean countries. And I will start with this slide that we presented several times within REMESA, because of course the Mediterranean, we know, is one of the zone in the world that is warming faster compared with other regions in the world. Also beekeeping will be affected by this. This is why we have to be very vigilant. And I can skip the first sentence, because a lot has been said this morning about the importance of bee in the world for the planet, environment, and public health. But we have to say that North Africa is an excellent landscape for beekeeping development, because it has a very diverse climate, biodiversity, flora, and is a tradition that is coming from generation and will be really important for the future generation. But unfortunately, this sector is having difficulties, and in the past years we have seen a lot of fluctuations in the number of hives and production. In fact, remain low compared with other regions because of numerous factors, diverse factors like diseases that are there, use of pesticides, and the degradation of ecosystem and climate change. So these elements separate all together will affect the beekeeping sector. And in addition to the factors I just mentioned, we have to raise the issue that there are some systemic problem, like the institutional weakness, the lack of organized and structural surveillance system in that areas, and also the lack of technical skills for laboratory diagnosis and management. and also the limited access to market, because most of the market is local, and the professional organizations are not so organized. Actually, this problem came to the attention to, at least within Remesa, when Morocco and Algeria experienced the collapse of colonies in 2002 and 2023, which really brought attention to high-level government to develop a strategy and action plan to face the situation, because it was something very serious. And since then, FAO and WOA within Remesa organized a workshop where we brought together all countries in North Africa and all experts around the world coming from a reference laboratory or from FAO and WOA. And I remember that Dr. Formato and Dr. Mutinelli were there for the Italian let's say, expertise. And since that workshop, I have to say that this topic is now regularly discussed within Remesa network. And just to come back to this collapse in Morocco, many investigations have been done during this crisis, and apparently the most accredited hypothesis was the multifactorial cause, and not just one single cause that brought this collapse. As I said, since that event, the attention was high, and recently started a strategy between FAO and the Union Maghreb Arab, which is the community entity of the North African region, and to develop a project with the idea of making an in-depth diagnosis of the situation of beekeeping sector in that area, and to improve the capacity of the stakeholders to manage the situation. For that, we, as IZS of Teramo, started a collaboration with the sub-regional office of representation of FAO for North Africa that will start in the coming months. Collaboration to develop, let's say, to start this development of the strategy in the coming decades. The idea is to strengthen the national capacity of the laboratory diagnosis of diseases, to improve the understanding of risk factors, and also to increase knowledge on high quality control laboratories. The message that I would like to share, that this is something that just started, so it's really open to all expertise to bring into to discussion and the collaboration to improve the situation and start this collaboration with North Africa. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ripani. We'll pass to the next, Dr. Franco Mutinelli. So in this first roundtable, creating a network, the first are the three institutes zooprofilattici that work on bees. Dr. Franco Mutinelli, he works in the Institute of Padua, and is also director of the National Reference Laboratory for Bee Health and National Reference Laboratory for Bee Health, and he also collaborate with us in the FAO Reference Center for Apiculture. Dr. Franco Mutinelli, his topics is about the adoption of animal health law in Italy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this roundtable, and I thank you also for your kind presentation. The topic is that was assigned to me is adoption of animal health law in Italy, and of course I will focus on honeybees. And animal health law was proposed by the European Commission in May 2013 with aim to strengthen the enforcement of health and safety standards to the entire agri-food chain. And it is a very complex and thick regulation. The title is focuses on transmissible animal diseases, and the idea is to fix the pillars for the prevention and control of animal diseases that can be transmitted to other animals or humans, and fortunately in this field, in the beekeeping field, no diseases are yet transmissible to human beings. You can see that we have more than 200 pages, 56 definitions, more than 280 articles. So this gives an idea of the complexity of this regulation. In Article 2, the scope of the regulation is given, and I remarked that it focuses on kept and wild animals, and of course honeybees fall in this section. And some definitions, the regulation gives the definition of animals, and vertebrate and invertebrate animals are included, and also the definition of terrestrial animals. And we can see that bees and bumblebees are both included among terrestrial animals. And as in the past, also in the new in this regulation and the following, bees and bumblebees always go together. Basic characteristics of the regulation is or are the listed diseases and emerging diseases and listed species, and the listed diseases are defined according to a categorization process that classified or categorized animal diseases in 5 categories, named with letters from letter A to letter E, in a decreasing order of severity, or in the decreasing order of impact of on farmed or wild animal species. Concerning bee diseases, we see that all the listed diseases fall in 3 categories, as listed in the slide. So they belong, or they have been assigned to category C, category D, and category E. And here you can see how the different categories are defined. And in category C, we have diseases that should be considered because within the Union we have territories that are free from a certain disease or have eradication programs for certain diseases. Category D, measures are needed to prevent the spreading the spreading of the disease between member countries, or to prevent the introduction related to movement. And then category E, that is the last one, but is really relevant since we find diseases that needs for surveillance, and we know that surveillance is very important because it is thanks to surveillance that we can get information, we can get data about diseases. Data that are needed to know the epidemiological situation in a country, and that are needed also because we need to report data to the Commission. These are the 4 listed diseases of honeybees. We know that we are more than 4 bee diseases well known, but these 4 are those considered relevant for honeybee health at EU level. And with a following regulation, we can, in this regulation, we can see the listed disease, the category to which the disease has been assigned, and also the animal species that are considered important because they can pose risk for the spread of these listed diseases. And we can see that we have both the genus Apis and, in the case of small eye beetle, also the genus Bombus. In the regulation, I will mention just a few articles. We have Article 10, and here the responsibility for animal health and biosecurity measures are declared, and the responsibility is up to the operator. So the operators need to responsible for the health of kept animals. They are responsible for the prudent and responsible use of veterinary medicines. They are responsible for minimizing the risk of the spread of diseases, and they are responsible also for good husbandry. And biosecurity measures have already been mentioned also this morning, and according to the kept animal species and where appropriate, the operators need to or are required to apply also specific biosecurity measures. Regulation 429 has been implemented into the Italian national regulation with this legislative decree, and all the implications given by the regulation has been introduced into the Italian animal law, included also the requirement for identification and registration of the operator in another national decree. And we stress the need that proper knowledge of animal health is necessary, and also another relevant point is the need of a proper education of operator, and this has been established with a decree issued in September of the last year. And we have mentioned prevention and control of animal diseases and prudent use of veterinary medicines. And in December of the last year, the recent EU regulation concerning veterinary medicines has been introduced into the national regulation. And concerning the bee sector, as already mentioned this morning by the colleagues of the Ministry of Health, we are working to possibly define the biosecurity measures applicable to beekeeping sector. And here I wish to remark what Dr. Formato has already mentioned, that concerning the BetaNet project, in which good beekeeping practices and beekeeping biosecurity measures have been investigated, analyzed, and further defined. And the combination of these two topics could allow to produce the biosecurity measures needed to the sector. And thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mutinelli. And so now we have streaming speakers. The first one is Dr. Noa Simondelso. She became scientific director and project manager at BeLife in 2021. She holds a PhD in agricultural science and bioengineering from the Université Catholique de Leuven in Belgium, and MSc in economy, management and consumer studies from Wageningen University. And she is a doctor in veterinary medicine from the University of León in Spain. In her scientific career, Noa has specialized in environmental toxicology, particularly on bees, environmental policy, and honeybee health. Since 2009, she provided scientific technical assistance to the European organization BeLife, following the evolution and implementation of European legislation on the subject of pesticide authorization, agricultural and environmental policy. Her presentation is about the Bee Hub project.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Noa Simon, and I am the scientific director of BeLife. And I would like to present to you the European Pollinator Hub. That is a tool, a community tool that we are creating to centralize and standardize any pollinator-related data existing in Europe and actually worldwide. And with this, I go directly to present. To share with you some ideas. Voilà. So, why we started developing this European Pollinator Hub? The thing is that because we work at European level and we see a lot of different levels of understanding of what is happening with pollinators, and so we wanted to, and actually we are well aware about the different stressors that affect pollinators. We thought that it was very, very much needed that from all the stakeholders linked to pollinators, so stakeholders are anyone who actually in one way or another comes in contact or have an impact on pollinators' welfare and status, share. So all of us, we have data and we have observations, and very often we don't understand each other because of course we have access to different sources of data, different observations. So dialogue gets very, very difficult. So in this way, with the Pollinator Hub, what we wanted to do is to integrate this data into a centralized place in a standardized way, in a standardized way and open, so as open as possible, so we could actually all have the same access to the same information, and we could in this way help pollinators and those who live from pollinators to improve the situation or to see what is going on. So and this, of course, the development of the Pollinator Hub comes in a context in which policy becomes increasingly holistic. And with this, we are, for instance, integrating many stakeholders and increasingly stakeholders into all the discussions. We have a global view with this One Health approach, in which, of course, the pollinators are in both in the environmental, the animal, and they have an impact on the human health. And of course, they are exposed to multiple stressors. This that is actually included into the policy that evolves in this direction is afterwards materialized in practical or implemented into practical issues like, for instance, risk assessment. And in this risk assessment, for instance, we are of pesticides or biocides, veterinary products, etc. We are going into a system-based approach that is integrating different stressors, different landscapes, different weathers, etc. Okay, so we need a tool. Somehow, the Pollinator Hub is the tool that can take all the data or all the observations that will come in the future and will be needed for doing risk assessment and helping in policy. So yeah, we have, with this, what we aim to do is to have an holistic approach, but through the community. So it is not an up-to-bottom approach, but all the contrary, a bottom-up. And anyone who is in the field taking information about pollinators can include their observations and data there. We can learn from each other. We improve by sharing the data that will be included there. And of course, we help decision makers of others because maybe someone else can profit from my observations for their decision making. And then, yes, here we included why actually me as a person or as a researcher or as an institution should use the Pollinator Hub. It is a way to do the data fair. That means findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. Through the process, when we are uploading the data, we are obliged to describe our data, to say what it is, so someone else who is not into this data can understand what I have done and can use this data. We share this with the community, and the community gives us feedback, okay? So we can actually improve our data. We receive a data report when we submit the data, so we can actually, it's like if we have done a data publication, and we receive a DOI, so we can actually just have a publication, a data publication into my CV if I need. This helps to process data that is similar through data visualizations to transform the data into information that is helpful for decision making. And and then pretty much we can combine my observations done in one place with the observations done by someone else in another place, and actually have a better picture about what is going on in the field. So as such, the platform is, let's say, it's an infrastructure that allows different people bringing data and observations together and standardize them, so centralize them in one place. And very often, and very important to visualize what is happening with this data. We have a presentation page that explains what the project is about, how it was developed, the history, and all the services that it provides, because the idea is actually that we can provide services to people who need them, data-related services, okay? And then there is the platform itself that integrates the data, that has a library of data. We can look for the data that are uploaded there and use them if need be. So yeah, and then as the services and functionalities, by developing these services, developing the Pollinator Hub, we develop a number of services that, of course, we can provide to anyone who wants to share their data, like, for instance, advice on data collection or a data curation service, because that takes a lot of time, data standardization, data analytics, visualizations, hosting, just as a repository, or we can develop some software to adapt the software that people already have with the Pollinator Hub, or develop new tools for data collection and things like this, and very important also reporting. And with this, I don't want to take more. I mean, I had prepared just some. So this is the way it looks. It is an open source platform, so the code is publicly available. The data not. The data is only public if the provider decides the data to be public. And and here I just included some visualizations that we created about, for instance, pollen availability in different parts of the years, or, for instance, some epidemiological data on American foulbrood in different parts of Europe, or, for instance, we have some interactive graphs here in this case of honey production, imports and exports. Or here, for instance, is a visualization of scales data in Slovenia. And here it's another visualization. So these are all case studies that we have created to show what can be done by sharing the data. Okay, so this is a visualization about the landscape in the surroundings of specific places, let's say. So there is a promotional video. Please look at it, and then you will understand a little bit better what the Pollinator Hub is about. And this we hope it will be. I mean, it is already operable, so you can use it, and please use it. It is very, very important that you use it, because thanks to the use of this of the platform, it will increase and it will become more pertinent. And with this, I thank you very much for your attention.
So, thank you. Lot of networks around the bees and pollinators. Next speaker, Dr. Robert Klebo, President of Apimondia Regional Commission for Europe, Slovakia. Since 2019, he is the leader of the Apimondia Regional Commission for Europe. He is the lecturer and researcher in field of beekeeping, working at the Slovak University of Agriculture in Nitra, technical advisor of Slovak Beekeepers Association, and representative of Slovakia in several European beekeeping federations and scientific networks. The topic is European perspectives.
Hello to all the participants of this meeting. I greet you from the center of Europe, from the land of good beekeepers, great meat, and leading country in bumblebee colonies production. In the Regional Commission for Europe, we try to participate in meetings of European beekeepers. One of the last one was held in April in Brussels. It was the meeting of Kopa Kožeka Working Group for Honey and Beekeeping. The latest statistic provided there by the European Commission show that there are more than 20 million of bee colonies in the EU among leading countries We can see Spain, Romania, Greece, or Poland. Longer-term increase in number of beehives slowed down. However, the number of bee colonies does not correspond to the number of beekeepers, since most bee colonies in the European Union are managed by hobby beekeepers. When we look at the beekeeping community, we find many beekeepers in countries like Germany, Poland, Italy, or Czech Republic. The highest density of bee colonies per square kilometer occurs in Central European countries such as Hungary or the Czech Republic. It is possible that in eastern part of Europe, in countries outside the European Union, the density of bee colonies is even higher, but there is a lack of reliable data. To the 20 million bee colonies in the EU, it is necessary to add about 7 to 10 million bee colonies in the European territory outside the EU. The number of beekeepers in Europe can reach up to 1 million. Such a nice community of people who support ecology, meaningful leisure activities, bringing benefit to the whole society. Of course, beekeepers also have to face challenges that negatively affect the development of beekeeping. Among the most serious are pests and diseases, including invasive ones, changes in land use, pesticides, contaminants, and unstable market for honey and other products of hives full of violations. Activities like young beekeepers involvement, research and extensions programs, cooperations between beekeepers, and promotion of sustainable agriculture and increased biodiversity have the ambitions to reverse these negative trends. Varrosis remains the most widespread threat to the beekeeping, while the bee survival threshold is dramatically reducing. Varroa opens the gate for subsequent infections. Among the most lethal combinations still belongs mite association with deformed wing virus. Varroa control strategies across Europe are not uniform. While most European countries prefer use of soft chemicals only, such as formic and oxalic acids or plant extracts, in eastern part of Europe, beekeepers prefer at least one short fumigation treatment in autumn using amitraz, and green-shadowed countries continue to prefer long-term contact amitraz strips, thereby increasing the risk that varroa populations will become resistant to these synthetic acaricides. New predators and pests has entered the European continent, including small hive beetle, Tropilelaps mites has already passed Ukrainian borders, and in addition to the native wasps, there are also Asian relatives arriving. The main food source of Vespa velutina in Europe are honeybees. The first report of the presence of Vespa velutina in Europe was in 2004 in France. After 20 years of spreading, is today knocking on doors of Central Europe. In previous year was detected in Czech Republic and Hungary. Because of climate changes, Habitat suitability is likely more than double in the next 20 years. In Apimondia, we held a successful webinar on invasive species in March. Presentations are still available. Next event will be held in June in Madrid. Bees are exposed to pressure from native pests and diseases. In countries like Slovakia and Romania, bees visits to apiaries and are becoming more frequent. Incidence of other diseases is on increase as well, including nosemosis, American and European full brood or choll brood. Constant climate change and its heavy consequences on the production, intensification of agricultural production via chemical inputs, and the strong imports from outside affects European beekeeping sector. Several good examples of farmer-beekeepers cooperation in Europe exist. Flowering strips across fields are promoted and subsidized. But in agricultural landscape, immunity and fitness of our colonies is still affected by various pesticides. More than 1 million of European citizens signed a petition demanding an end to pesticides, but the EU Parliament voted against a legal proposal to reduce pesticides in November of previous year. Climate changes causes early flowering, and this negatively affects bee pollination. Commercial beekeeping operations are affected by stable or even decreasing price of honey, even in years with bad honey harvest. Average price in European Union for multifloral honey at the site of production is more than €6 per kilogram. For unifloral honeys, the price is even higher. Average price for European multifloral honey in bulk at wholesalers is more than €4 per kilogram. European Union remains only 63% self-sufficient in honey. Average export price for European honey is close to be €6, while average import price of honey is just slightly above €2 per kilogram. Leading honey importer into EU is China, which is selling honey for an average price around €1.4. This price is rather unrealistic. China supplies honey into the EU cheaper than it buys the raw honey within its own country. So there is already proposal for anti-dumping measures on the table. One of the explanations for the suspiciously low prices of honey is the adulteration. In 2023, the result of an EU-wide coordinated action from the hives were published, which identified that 46% of the honey samples were suspicious to be adulterated. Joint Research Center has initiated research to harmonize new analytical methods to combat the wax adulteration and honey fraud as well. New rules adopted by European Parliament this April introduced obligatory clear labeling of the countries of origin. Hoping this initiative will also support the process to create a honey traceability system. Several interesting research projects will be presented further this evening. First results of monitoring of environmental pollution using honeybees will be published soon. 2 new networking cost actions in Europe were launched recently. International meeting of young beekeepers will be held this year in Dubai, Arab Emirates. This marks the first time these international competitions will take place outside of Europe, promising a unique opportunity to explore the world of beekeeping in a new light. Apimondia supports initiatives for better life of beekeepers, bees, and insect pollinators. We have a close cooperation with other beekeeping federations active in Europe. Apimondia Europe has ambition to be central cooperation and communication point between various stakeholders. Be ready to attend and support next Apimondia Congress in Copenhagen, but first of all, let's celebrate the coming World Bee Day, and thank you for this opportunity to be a part of this event. I miss you, hoping to see you soon in person. Bye.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Chlebo. Now we have the next streaming speaker, that is Dr. Liesel Genda-Brende. Dr. Liesel Genda has a degree in chemistry from the Faculty of Exact and Natural Sciences of the National University of Mar del Plata in Argentina, and a PhD in microbiology from the Faculty of Pharmacy and Biochemistry at the University of Buenos Aires. She is an independent researcher at the National Scientific and Technical Research Council of Argentina, CONICET, and a university professor in the area of food analysis and bee health. For several years, she has been leading projects associated with the control of bee diseases with natural substances, with special emphasis on American foulbrood. She has experience in computational modeling of bees, antibiotic resistance studies, and the use of bees as environmental pollution monitors. She recently addressed the research associated with the reuse of agro-industrial byproducts in beekeeping supplementation. She will present actions aimed at sustainable beekeeping in Argentina.
Good afternoon. 1 minute, I am going to share my presentation. Thank you for the invitation to participate in this international event. My name is Liesel Genda from Bee Research Center, Universidad Nacional de Mar del Plata, Argentina. In Argentina, beekeeping has been the subject of several initiatives to promote sustainability and conservation of bees and their environment. For our research center, CIAS, we believe that we have contributed to some of the pillars for sustainable beekeeping. We have mainly carried out research on diseases that affect bees, such as virosis, American foulbrood, nosemosis, and others. Mainly, our laboratory has contributed to several investigations related to the control of bees disease with natural substances, such as essential oils, plant extract, propolis, and more recently with other promising substances such as Chitosan, Pleurotus ostratus, and Cannabis sativa. There are some examples of our publications, all towards integrated management of pathologies. Another strength is that we have an experimental apiary to carry out in vitro and in vivo tests with limestone and mini colonies. These are examples of our publications carried out in the field. The Bee Research Center is an interdisciplinary group, and I collaborate in all topics. In my particular case, due to my training as chemist and microbiology, I have more experience in the subject of American foul brood. So part of the work that I share now is associated with this pathology. We also work on monitoring this disease in adult bees as asymptomatic carriers with microbiological and molecular techniques. We are currently monitoring our country to conduct a national world mapping of spore load. We also consider it is relevant for sustainability in beekeeping to understand the mode of action of pathogen at different levels. That is why we direct our research to the study of larvae and their feeding in vitro, with results that would seem trivial, such as the absence of any of the components of the diets reduced the survival of the larvae, and others such as the larvae became more susceptible to infection with bee larvae when their food does not contain fructose. We continue with the study of the antioxidant system of larvae against infection, with results such as that bee larvae induce oxidative stress or lipid peroxidation, or we managed to elucidate through electronic paramagnetic resonance of the larvae affected with bee larvae that the ascorbate ratio is induced as an indicator of oxidative stress. Along the same lines, but in order to study the action of an immunological challenge in adult bees, we study how infection agents act on the fatty acid profile and on the cuticular hydrocarbon profile, and how could we use this information as sign of disease detection. We believe that a significant challenge in sustainability, not only in beekeeping but globally, is the reuse of agro-industrial byproducts and the promotion of a circular economy. That's why part of our most recent research focuses on utilizing waste of the brewing industry for nutritional supplement in beekeeping, particularly with the use of bagasse and residue yeast as source of fatty acids, amino acids with probiotic and prebiotic activity. Particularly for this study, we draw upon our experience in larval feeding, especially supplementing with residual yeast from craft beer brewing. We investigate the immune antioxidant response by genes gene expression studies. The results, as seen, are promising. It was demonstrated that in the in vitro delivery of this supplement enhances the expression of GK genes associated with immune antioxidant systems, potentially providing an adaptive advantage for bee larvae. Just as we test larval nutritional supplement with residual yeast from brewing in the laboratory with the aim of sustainability and circular economy, we conducted similar experiment with adult bees. This time, we measure survival rates, immune response genes, and additionally study intestinal microbiota, while I cannot present the result of this research yet. So I hope to do you soon. As we near the end, I want to mention that we possess skills in microbiological counting, utilizing both conventional and molecular biology techniques. Additionally, we have experience in determining antibiotic and pesticides in beekeeping matrices through chromatographic techniques, as well as the ability to employ bees as biomonitors of environmental contamination. This expertise enables us to contemplate undertaking a future project on antibiotic resistance, combining each of these techniques. And for my last two slides, I want to mention that we have also developed bee colony simulation software. This software enables interaction with the various parameters through multi-agent simulation of bee, allowing us to model these complex systems and gain a better understanding of how different variables interact. Additionally, it has potential for use in teaching. And as the final of my presentation, I want to emphasize that we believe that collaboration, international collaboration and education are a crucial pillars for sustainability. Annually, we teach a degree course in bee health in the University of Mar del Plata, where I serve as professor. Additionally, we have conducted several postgraduate courses related to the subject. We strongly believe that education begins with the youngest children, so we develop storybooks and extensions activity to explain to them the importance of bees in pollination and global sustainability. Thank you very much. This is part of our working group. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is still streaming speaker, Dr. Sarah Wood from the University of Saskatchewan, Canada. Sarah is a veterinary pathologist, associate professor and researcher in pollinator health in the Department of Veterinary Pathology of this university. Her topic is about international surveillance of American foulbrood spores in honey.
Hello, my name is Sarah Wood, and I am from the University of Saskatchewan in the Western College of Veterinary Medicine. And I am here representing our team to talk about international surveillance of American foulbrood spores in honey. I'd like to acknowledge all members of our team, including Dr. Marco Petropoli, who visited us last July and shared his scientific beekeeping expertise with us. As well, I'd like to acknowledge the funding which supports our work. Today, I'm going to talk about American foulbrood and antimicrobial resistance. And in particular, I'm going to share with you how honey can be used for surveillance of American foulbrood, not only in our local region of Saskatchewan, Canada, but also around the world. So I'm sure many of you are familiar with American foulbrood, or AFB, which is the most devastating brood disease of honeybees. And the clinical signs of this disease can include scale within brood frames, as well as a positive ropiness test. And the only appropriate treatment for colonies with these clinical signs is burning. However, here in North America, for over 70 years, we have been using antibiotics to prevent and control American foulbrood disease in our colonies. And so not surprisingly, our widespread use of antimicrobials for this disease is largely unsustainable, and we are starting to observe the emergence of resistant isolates of Penibacillus larvae, which are no longer sensitive to the 3 antibiotics approved for American foul brood in North America, namely tetracycline or oxytetracycline, lincomycin, and tylazine. Resistance to tetracycline is known to be mediated by TET-L and TET-K genes carried on plasmids in Penibacillus larvae. As well, in the United States, alarmingly, we have reports of Penibacillus larvae isolates which demonstrate resistance to all 3 antibiotics approved for American foul brood. In particular, an isolate was identified in Iowa that was resistant to all 3 of these antibiotics. So beekeepers with those Penibacillus larvae strains in their operations have no approved antibiotic for use. So considering the emergence and spread of resistant Penibacillus larvae, our question was perhaps, could we use honey as a way to make evidence-based treatment decisions and reduce our reliance on antibiotics in North America? So to investigate the use of honey in surveillance of American foul brood, a graduate student in our lab, Dr. Mike Zabrodsky, developed a method to quantitatively culture honey for American foul brood or Penibacillus larvae. And to do this, he recruited 52 commercial beekeepers from our local area in Saskatchewan. And he sampled 718 samples from these beekeepers in 2019 and 2020. And he determined the number of spores of Penibacillus larvae per gram of honey. And what he found is that the majority of honey samples had less than 2 spores per gram of honey, but there were a few samples that were highly contaminated with over 100 spores per gram of honey. And so he wanted to know whether or not spore level in honey predicts risk of clinical American foul brood the following season. And so what he did is follow up with those beekeepers that were sampled in 2019 to determine whether or not they had clinical AFB the following year. And so those dots that are red indicate beekeepers that had clinical American foul brood in 2020, the year after they were sampled. And you can see that those beekeepers that had greater than 100 spores per gram of honey had a high incidence of clinical American foul brood the following year. And those beekeepers that were in an intermediate spore level had an intermediate risk of clinical AFB. And those beekeepers that had low spores in honey, less than 2 spores per gram, had no clinical AFB in their operation the following year. And so the shape of the dots on this graph represents whether or not the beekeepers were using antibiotics in their operation. And so what's interesting is those beekeepers represented by black circles, in other words, they did not have clinical AFB the following year and they were using antibiotics. That represented 55% of the beekeepers sampled. And so potentially those beekeepers could have discontinued their antibiotic use. And as long as they were in a low spore level per gram of honey, they may not have needed to worry about clinical AFB. So potentially by monitoring spore level in honey, this can enable beekeepers to make evidence-based decisions about whether or not they need to be using antibiotics. As well, for the Penibacillus larvae that we culture from honey, we can also determine the sensitivity to antibiotics. And so for those 718 isolates of Penibacillus larvae from Mike's study, Dr. Alexei Obstia cultured those samples and determined their sensitivity to oxytetracycline. So on this graph, you can see the green bar representing the majority of isolates which were sensitive to oxytetracycline. And the red bars represent about 9% of the isolates which we identified to be resistant to oxytetracycline. And whole genome sequencing was used to determine the presence of the TET-L gene in these resistant isolates. So honey is also a useful surveillance tool to determine sensitivity of Penibacillus larvae to antibiotics. And then we can map that sensitivity to antibiotics and see how it is spreading. So for our 2019-2020 surveillance, you can see the red here represents resistant isolates, and each circle represents a beekeeping operation. And the majority of the resistance was identified in beekeeping operations in the northeast of Saskatchewan, with one operation affected in the northwest. Now fast forward to 2023, when we repeated this study, and you can see that resistance is now being identified in more beekeeping operations in the northwest, as well as in Saskatoon and in the southern region of our province. So our follow-up surveillance would unfortunately suggest that oxytetracycline Penibacillus larva is spreading within our province. So this is results for our local region. We also wanted to expand and look at Penibacillus larvae in honey around the world. So to do this, we purchased honey samples on Amazon, and we determined their spore level per gram of honey, as well as the sensitivity to antibiotics. So on this graph, green dots represent Penibacillus larvae isolates that were sensitive to oxytetracycline, and red dots represent oxytetracycline resistant isolates. So what you can see is that there's a range of spore levels, with one sample from Europe having over 9,000 spores per gram, which would be suggestive of high risk of clinical American foul brood, but then the majority of samples having less than 2 spores per gram. We only identified oxytetracycline resistant isolates in the United States and in Canada. However, concerningly, we have 2 samples with over 100 spores per gram of honey that were also showing resistance to oxytetracycline. And so these beekeeping operations may be at high risk of clinical American foul brood, particularly if they continue to use oxytetracycline. So the take-home message here is that honey can be a useful tool for international and regional surveillance of American foul brood and risk assessment for this disease.
Thank you to Dr. Wood. Now we have Dr. Vichitra Anukul, that is the veterinarian working as acting director and virologist at the Veterinary Research and Development Center in the Upper Northern region of Thailand, which is the regional government laboratory for animal health. Since this region is the biggest zone to produce honey, they have been assigned to develop and promote the laboratory for honeybee health purposes in Thailand. She will present the topic, Promotion of Honeybee Health in Thailand, Setting Up a Network with IZSLT.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the great opportunity to let me be here, especially to Dr. Giovanni Famato. My name is Vichitra Anukul, working as the acting director and also head of the Animal Disease Diagnostic Section at Veterinary Research and Development Center in the Upper Northern region of Thailand, which is the laboratory of Department of Livestock Development. So where are we? From the Earth map, if you remember, this is Thailand, and we are the regional laboratory in the upper northern of Thailand in Lampang province. For more details, there are 9 government animal or livestock laboratories in Thailand, which there is the National Institute of Animal Health or NIAH being the center, and 8 regional laboratories in each region of the country. In the organization chart of VRDC or Veterinary Research and Development Center, VRDC UNR, there are 4 main sections, including General Administration, Epidemiology section, Animal Diagnostics section, which comprising of 5 laboratories. And the last section is quality product of control of livestock product. Why do we want to promote the honeybee health in this region? From the export value of honey and honeybee products during 2020 until now, we have exported over 10,000 tons worldwide and be the second rank of Asian countries. The orange bar shows the prices in million USD, and the blue bar is the quantity multiplied by 1,000 tons of honey products. And about 70% are produced from the upper northern region of Thailand. The most important country is Taiwan, then Indonesia, USA, and China, and so on. Over 55 countries over the world. And why? Why to be this region? The upper northern region of Thailand here comprising many mountains and valleys. The temperature is quite lower than other parts, and there is a variety of flowering plants and trees, which are the great source of nectar and pollen. This slide shows the example of flowers that blossom in different seasons, such as longan flower, lychee flower, Betty bush, or siam feet, wheat, and orange flowers. These pictures show how they do beekeeping in the longan garden or longan field, lychee, and many more types of blossom. Moreover, many companies and honeybee factories are installed and established here to export natural honey and also produce the honeybee products. For example, royal jelly soap, bath cream, and also jelly face mask. And for the question that how do we do to support the apiculture here in Thailand? To control the quality of honeybee and bee health, we established 2 standards of Thai agricultural standard for honey that we control the physical qualities, feed additives, pesticide residue, contaminants, and also foodborne pathogen. And the another standard is Good Agricultural Practice or GAP for bee farms. Laboratory plays an important role to promote the beekeeping according to 2 standards that I mentioned earlier in the last slide. Looking in our laboratory, VRDC UNR, both sections are including diagnostic section. For bacteriology, we detect for the European and American foul brood with the culture and real-time PCR techniques. parasitology for viruses, Tropilla labs, small hive beetle with the microscopic examination. For virology, we detect for the sac-brood virus with the PCR techniques. And QC section, we detect for the tetracycline, chloramphenicol, sulfonamide, tylosin with ELISA for antimicrobial residues, and also the pesticide. For the laboratory capabilities in both, here, our laboratory in Upper Northern region of Thailand and the center at the National Institute of Animal Health, or NIAH. To detect the honeybee diseases, we can diagnose many pathogens with the several techniques, including American foul brood, European foul brood, shock brood, stone brood, nosimosis, sac brood virus, virosis, Tropilla labs, and small hive beetle. And for the honeybee honey quality control, we test for antimicrobial contamination and also pesticides, focusing on the organophosphate and organochlorine group with the GZ and GZ-EZD techniques. However, our big challenges are the detection of antimicrobial resistant detection in honey and also GMO detection in honey. They are the big challenges that we want to do that. Next, we go to the situation of honeybee health in Thailand. This slide shows the results of NIAH and VRDC UNR during 2020 until now in 2024. Mostly we found EFB, or European foul brood, in honey and brood. And some parasites, Nosema and Varroa. So, in order to set up the network between IZSLT and the government of Thailand, now the MOU is in progressing, and I hope it will be signed in the near future, and being as the first step to accomplish our challenges, which are to be the laboratory center. Why? Because in this region, there are 4 labs for qualities and compositions of honey, but no official laboratory for honeybee diseases in this region. Moreover, VRDC UNR, we located at the center of region, the geographical strong point for developing a laboratory center for honeybee diseases. Eventually, we aim to the biggest goal, which is to be the reference lab of Asia Pacific region. However, we still have the limitations from the lab skill, especially for the bacterial culture and knowledge about the gold standard and alternative diagnostic method. We still need to be improved. That I think the network with IZSLT will support and promote the honeybee health in Thailand. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think we can go forward with the second round table. I know it's quite tiring, but we'd better go on. Perhaps we can finish and then enjoy the visit. So, second round table is titled Current Projects and Initiatives for Sustainable Beekeeping. So, after the network, we have the projects now. And the first speaker is Dr. Cecilia Costa. Cecilia Costa has a degree in agricultural science and a PhD in agricultural biotechnologies. She fell in love with honeybees as a teenager and started her career keeping bees and working in a local beekeepers association. That is how she discovered the Italian National Apiculture Institute, now a part of the CREA, the Agricultural Research Council, where she has been working for over 20 years, focusing on honeybee breeding and biodiversity. She is strongly involved in the Encolos Association for the prevention of honeybee colony losses and is currently coordinating an EU Horizon project. Cecilia is author of about 70 scientific publications and a frequent lecturer in beekeeping events. Her topics is Push Bee and Bee Guards projects. Cecilia, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much, Giovanni, and your team and your institute for the invitation and for organizing this event. I will briefly give you an overview of the Posh Bee project, which is actually finished, and the Bee Guards project, which instead is starting. Posh Bee stands for Pan-European Assessment, Monitoring and Mitigation of Stresses on the Health of Honeybees. This project was coordinated by Professor Mark Brown of the Royal Holloway University of London in the UK. There were many partners, 42 partners, because as well as scientists, there were also many beekeeping associations and farm associations. As you can see in the infographic of the project, the farmers, the beekeepers, the scientists working together to try and understand the factors affecting honeybee health. As I said, the project finished. It ran for 5 years and it was funded by the European Union within the Horizon 2020 framework. And I will talk here briefly about one of the main aims of the project, which was to determine pesticide exposure of bees in field conditions and how this exposure interacts with pathogens and nutrition. And this was done in a Pan-European, which is also the name of the title, field monitoring study, which was we called it the Site Monitoring Network. This focused on 2 focal crops, one perennial, apples, and the other annual, oilseed rape, which are widespread, present in all European countries that were involved in the project. You can see them in the map. There were 8 countries, and in each of the 8 countries, there were 8 sites for each of the 2 crops, so a total of 16 monitoring sites for 8 countries, and that gives a total of 128 monitoring sites. In each site that you can see here in the photographs, there were 3 honeybee colonies, 3 bumblebee colonies, and also we released and put nests for osmia cocoons. So also to have representative of the managed bees and also the wild bees. Then for each site, a landscape characterization was done in a radius of about 3 kilometers surrounding, and then many matrices, many samples were collected from all the colonies of honeybees, honey, wax, pollen, and also a lot of data was collected. And this happened before, during, and after the flowering period of these 2 crops. I won't go into other details. I'll just give you some important outcomes of this study. So what did we find? And this connects very much to things that have been said in the previous talks, and this is also the focus of this event today, the sustainability of beekeeping, sustainability for bees. What did we find? A really high frequency of pesticides in the agricultural landscapes across Europe. About 50% of both the honeybees and the bumblebee samples, they were positive for at least 1 active ingredient. In some cases, they had many more. When we go and look at pollen, even more, about 95% of pollen samples contained at least 1 active ingredient. Active ingredient, I mean a pesticide molecule. And there were a total of 27 pesticides detected. Most of these were fungicides, but also insecticides were found, and even insecticides which are not authorized for use any longer. And importantly, not only did we find that bees are highly exposed to pesticides in the field, but they're also negatively affected. So the pesticides do negatively affect bee development. There was an important paper came out in Nature putting together the results of this study, focusing on the bumblebee colonies, where we saw that 60% of the colonies actually exceed what is considered as the specific protection goal for bumblebees, which is that they can tolerate 10% of colony weight reduction. More than 60% of the colonies that were in the field, they had more than 10% loss of colony weight. So when the crops are flowering, the colony should be growing and developing, actually they were decreasing. And we saw that this happened more where the pesticide risk was higher, so where there were more pesticides and where the mixture was, the risk was high, where there were a few highly toxic insecticides, I was saying, so there are many pesticides, and we said a lot of fungicides, but we saw that the calculated risk is actually due to a few highly toxic insecticides. And also the landscape, where the landscape was more varied with more natural areas, there the pesticide risk was lower and the risk to the colonies was lower. So there the colonies were less affected. And then also when we looked at, especially the honeybee colonies, when we looked at the wax samples and the royal jelly, we found pesticides in there as well. So not only in the pollen, not only in the actual bodies, but even inside the hive and in the royal jelly, which is really important for the nutrition of the new generations. And this included agricultural pesticides, but then also pesticides used by the beekeepers themselves, because there were also acaricides within the honeybee matrices. They're also talking about the sustainability of beekeeping. So we have the effect of the farmers, the agriculturists, but also what the beekeepers, how the beekeeping itself is happening. So just the take-home messages from POSH-Bee. So we have a significant coverage across Europe. So the findings from 8 countries and 106 sites confirm that agricultural pesticides do result in bee exposure to many pesticides, especially in simplified landscapes. So that's why it's important to have collaboration with farmers as well. And that's why the schemes that are in place now within the Green Deal of diversifying the kind of landscape is really important. And unfortunately, the regulatory system that is in place now actually fails to sufficiently prevent pesticide-related impacts. So we really need to work towards improving the regulatory system. And we must say that the sustainability goals that were agreed upon during the COP15 meeting in Convention on Biological Diversity and all that's within the European Green Deal and the Farm to Fork strategy, all these ambitions to reduce the use of pesticides and to increase the biodiversity and the landscape, the diversity of the landscape, these are really important and can benefit bee populations, honeybees and wild bees. And that's why I think that here we had a lot of important people from many authorities. We're talking about World Bee Day, where we have to raise awareness. And so it's really important that we convey these messages that, you know, we have to stick to these. It's really important to stick to these agreements. Okay, so I finished with POSH-Bee, and now we're looking at the new project, Bee Guards, and here we are looking at resilient beekeeping. The aim of this project is to safeguard the natural genetic resources and pollination services. So to strengthen also the beekeeping itself, we've heard about the prices of honey going down, the yields going down, and the impact of climate change. So in this project, we're looking not so much at the effect of pesticides, but actually how to make the beekeeping sector more resilient in the face of climate change and to provide innovative, sustainable management tools, including breeding strategies. And so we're focusing on management practices and nutrition, resource limitations, and looking also at the effects of global warming and extreme weather events. This project will be carried out by another big consortium. It's 27 partners. I have the honor and the challenge of coordinating them. Some of them are present here in this room. We're from 16 countries in Europe and further. So we have a partner from Israel and a partner from Argentina, and also some European but non-EU, let's say European associated countries. And as you see, we try to show in this graph that we have a lot of different expertise, and that we are, let's say, have a multi-act and interdisciplinary approach with not only scientists, of course we are many scientists, but also beekeeping associations and some small, medium enterprises, consultants, and actual beekeepers all working together. And this is our, let's say, infographic of the project, where we show the different work packages, activities in which the project is structured, and they have different colors and little different symbols. And what do these mean? So we have, let's say, 3 different mechanisms by which we try to achieve resilience. One is to understand the mechanisms that are behind resilience. Another one is to adapt management practices. And another one is to mitigate the environmental impact. And they're represented by the different colors around each work package. And then we have these little squares, rectangles of different colors. And we were discussing, and we identified 5 different levels on which resilience happens and can be achieved. So we start from the individual bee that can be resilient or not, can have different levels of susceptibility to pathogens, to temperature and humidity, and different genetics, and different symbiotic organisms. And then we have the individual bees all together with a colony that has a different kind of resilience, and then the beekeepers with the way they treat the colonies, and then the agroecosystem, as we saw also before from Poshby. It's so important where the colony is placed and what is happening around it. And then, of course, society. That's why we have World Bee Day, because how much people are aware of pollinators and insects and environment is also important. So maybe, Giovanni, tell me, shall I go into details or shall I just finish here? Because I have for each work package what it does, but I don't know if I should finish.
I don't know, probably we have a session with the questions. So probably you can answer to the questions.
Okay,
if you like.
Because I have otherwise the details for each work package, but maybe I won't go into detail, just to say that basically we want to introduce in a big field study innovative beekeeping management, where we reduce the varroa treatments, and that these will take place only when the colonies exceed a threshold. So to try and promote the development of resistance within the honeybee populations. And this also supported by specific breeding activity, and then also the decision on when to treat, and also focusing on the climatic conditions by digital measurements and real-time sensors and monitoring of hive development. Then, of course, there is all the aspects of physiology and immunity that Gennaro, who is here, Di Prisco, is in charge of, and also looking at the biome, the holobiome, so the bee genome and all its symbiotic or non-symbiotic organisms, its microbiome, and looking at aspects of parasites and pathogens. Jeff Pettis, who is here, is involved in this, so also this has a part of transfer, also of practices and collecting knowledge and predicting the possible spread of emerging threats and invasive pests. We also have a part on pollinator competition. Nowadays, honeybees are seen as potential risk for other bees, and also looking at the, let's say, carbon footprint of beekeeping. And then, of course, the whole aspect of, and that's the bee, of communication and the management of the project itself. So all this I will skip. And just briefly, let's say, okay, I already said this, reduce the reliance of honeybee colonies on chemical treatments, and basically in the end, also policies for pollinator protection, and I won't go into many more details here. I think that's enough. You can follow us on the website, Bee Guards, and this is the web page of the group, my research group from my institute, where I have been working for many years, as was said in the introduction. So here's all my colleagues and the activities we do, and this is actually the Bee Guards team from our kickoff. And I finished.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Cecilia. And for all participants, both by presence and online, if you want to ask questions, just through the QR code access for the possibility to write down questions for the speakers. Because after the two round tables, we will have the session about the questions and answer. So the next speaker is Professor Dirk de Graaf. Dirk de Graaf is professor at Ghent University in Belgium, leading the Laboratory of Molecular Entomology and Bee Pathology, with a strong focus on bee physiology, pathology, and genetics. He is also founder and director of Honeybee Valley, an expertise and collaboration platform that bridges between fundamental bee research and beekeeping practice. Until 2023, he was coordinator of the Be Good project of the European Commission, devoted to sustainable and healthy beekeeping. Now, he is coordinator of another European Community-funded project called Better Bee, devoted to honeybee resilience. In 2021, he received an honorary doctorate from the University of Agriculture and Veterinary Medicine of Cluj-Napoca in Romania for his contribution to the implementation of advanced technologies in honeybee research. So Professor Dirk de Graaf will present us Better Bee project, restoring harmony and balance inside the bee colony and between the colony and environment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the kind words, and also thank you for inviting me. And thank you all for staying here with us today. And okay, I will hope I can amuse you in the next 8 minutes, I believe. So I will present the Better Bee project briefly. So Better Bee stands for Improving Bees' Resilience to Stressors by Restoring Harmony and Balance. It is also a Horizon Europe founded project. In fact, there were 2 projects that were rewarded for the same call. It was the Bee Guard just presented by Cecilia, and then this one, the Better Bee. We have not that much partners. We only have 16 partners, 2 associated partners coming from 14 countries, also multidisciplinary. And we start the 1st of June 2023, so we are close to our first anniversary. So if I have to, let's say use one sentence that explains everything where we stand for from our proposal, and it is in fact this sentence. The sentence says, the key to resilient beekeeping is to harness the power of nature to restore harmony and balance inside the honeybee colony and between the colony and the environment. So we are looking at restoring harmony and balance in the colony. And here you see where we are focusing on, because the call was double. You could or focus on biotic factors or abiotic factors. So we have chosen for abiotic factors, abiotic stressors. You see them on the right-hand side. So the different work packages, they are covering often different stressors. Like in work package 1, we are focusing on landscape carrying capacity. in the work package 2, the exposure to chemicals. In the third, the climate warming. And then in work package 4 on special local context. Work package 5 on heat and nutritional stress. And then in work package 6, climate warming comes up again, and also invasive species. So on the left-hand side, you see also what we think could nature learn us about how to cope with these stressors. And we think that for landscape carrying capacity, that the colony density is something that might be very important. We also believe that there is some kind of resilience to chemicals, but we don't know what exactly, and this is something that we will try to find out. The same for resilience to climate and heat stress. Try to find out what is exactly the basics of it. And then for local context, we think that local adaptation by Darwinian selection has a great potential. We have a work package devoted to immune resilience because that was in the call. It should be also on immunity. I will tell you in a few seconds what it is. And then in the last one, we are focusing on hive construction and on beekeeping practice. And there is a very close network or interaction with the BeeTeNet project of Giovanna Formato. So time is short, so I have presented my different our different work packages, let's say, just on a half a page or half a slide with a question, and the question is the question that we ask ourselves and that brings in motion, let's say, our activities. So for the pollinator ecology, the question was, can we predict the landscape pollinator carrying capacity and the competition with wild pollinators? So, yes, we believe it can. We are working on modeling based on habitats and the composition of the different habitats. And we do have a citizen science program run by Chef Van der Steen. He is present here. And he will, with beekeepers and all that are interested, verify, validate, let's say, what our model is trying to calculate. And then at the end, we have a kind of tool where the honeybee density can be checked by the beekeepers. What is the ideal number of colonies that we have? Work package 2 on resilience to chemicals. First question is, does the environment, the complexity of the environment, enhance the resilience to chemicals? So we will do field experiments, exposure to chemicals, but in a gradient of complexity of the landscape. So a number of pilot trials are already run, and also here the partner is present today, Raquel. She has run the first experiment, and she was quite excited when she could tell me that during the break. Another thing is that we will look at insecticide receptors and see whether there are mutations maybe that provide a bit more resilience to the bees. And we thought in the beginning that the number of mutations in these receptors is rather low, but we did now our experiment, and we run, let's say, a screening of almost 5,000 genome sequencing data from all over the world, and the number of mutations that we found in these receptors is really incredible. So this probably will be our first publication that we will present from our team. So, third work package, resilience to climate and heat stress. Can we predict the effect of climate change on beekeeping based on the genetics? So we will look at the genetics, again, genome sequencing, and then see whether from the north to the south of Europe, you see changes that can give a signature to adaptation to their climate. Are there genetic markers associated with heat stress? We will measure critical temperature and maximum temperature that bees can live in, and the lowest temperature, and then see based on crossings which are the genes that are responsible for this. Can we design novel hive types based on in-hive thermoregulation? what is the construction of a hive, what are the materials, how is it covered, where is it placed, and all these things can play a role for the microclimate. What is the impact of heat threats on key biological mechanisms of honeybees and pheromones? Here we will see what is the effect on reproduction. Fourth work package, local adaptation by Darwinian selection. So Darwinian selection is a kind of selection where you allow natural selection, meaning that you don't, as a beekeeper, do not, let's say, dictate which are the traits that benefit for you, that you will select for the strains for further propagation. No, you look at those that are the best adapted for that local situation, and then you continue with those. So it is not that bad as let's say the approach in the Gotland Islands, where they performed live and let die. They let them die if they are not adapted. Here you keep out those that are not adapted out of the selection program, and then you start treating them and using them in your production unit. So it's a bit different practice. Impact on mobility of the beekeeping sector. Here we will see if you have locally adapted bees and you place it somewhere else, are they still adapted to the new environment? Immunoresilience is something where we will work on an aspect of immunity that is not well covered so far. This is the cellular immunity. We know only a few number of types of hemocytes, and we will, let's say, redefine the typology of the hemocytes by using their surface markers. We have done that already. We stripped the hemocytes, did some proteomics on it, and we have a lot of, let's say, compounds that are exposed on the out surface of hemocytes that we will use now for the typology of these cells. And then we will do some tests with heat and nutrition and see how these cell types change. And then the sixth and last work package, where we really performed experiments, is that on global change pressures, can the optimization of hive and apiary as well as beekeeping practices mitigate sudden disruptive events, permanent climate stressors, and invasive species? Here that link with BetaNet is again very important. We will do a risk assessment study to see which regions are at risk, and a lot of other stuff. I refer to our website if you want to know more about it. But these are so it's mainly supported by the European Commission, but we have a partner of Switzerland, also a partner of the UK, that gives us 2 additional funders, let's say, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. de Graaf. Next, we are going to the animal welfare, the bee welfare. Dr. Valentina Lorenzi, degree in veterinary medicine, PhD in biotechnology, applied to veterinary science and animal husbandry. She works as a researcher for the Italian Reference Center for Animal Welfare. Her main research topic is animal welfare indicators on farm biosecurity measures, study of the interaction between husbandry practice, animal health, and animal welfare. Member of the team for the development and management of the system Classifarm, the Italian, from the Italian Ministry of Health. And her topics is just Classifarm and ClassiAlv projects. Your floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you for inviting me. It's a pleasure for me to be here and to present you the work of the Italian Reference Center for Animal Welfare. First of all, something about us. The Reference Center operates under the Italian Ministry of Health, and it provides scientific and technical support for animal welfare issues concerning all the animal species, from pets to wildlife, but mainly we focus on livestock species and their welfare on farm during transport and at the end of life. In the last years, the reference center has coordinated the development of the Classifarm system of the Italian Ministry of Health. Classifarm is an information technology system for collecting, managing, elaborating, using, and exchanging data on livestock production in Italy. Classifarm's general aim is to categorize farm according to their potential risk in terms of biosecurity, animal welfare, antimicrobial use, and antimicrobial resistance. At the moment, the platform covers the main livestock species, so pigs, ruminants, poultry, and rabbits. The data that feeds Classifarm can be collected directly on field using checklists, as it happens for biosecurity and animal welfare assessment, or the data can come from the diagnostic sample, as for the antimicrobial resistance data. In addition, Classifarm can access also to other information technology systems to integrate data in its databases. For example, it can access to the data from the electronic treatment records to calculate on-farm antimicrobial use. All these data are elaborated by Classifarm using algorithms, and we obtain at the end a level of risk of each farm in each of the 4 areas, so biosecurity, animal welfare, antimicrobial use, and antimicrobial resistance. The data are shown by interactive dashboard on reports that allow to compare the results of the single farm with local, regional, or national medians. Classifarm is used both by the public sector, so it's used by the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Agriculture, and the competent authorities to achieve more effective official controls, and it's also used by the public sector for self-monitoring. More information about Classifarm can be found in the official website, which is available in Italian, English, and German. The Classifarm system is mentioned in several national legislation. For example, it is included in the legislative decree for the implementation of the EU Animal Health Law in Italy. It's also included in the decree for the biosecurity requirements for pigs and poultry farms. It's also a tool that can be used for voluntary labeling, and it's also included in the Italian CAP strategic plan. And what about honeybees? At the moment, in Classifarm, there is only one checklist for official controls related to pharmacosurveillance in the apiary and the verification of application of Varroa plants. Is in this context that the reference center proposed a new project, the Classifarm project, in order to extend all the Classifarm functionalities also to the apiaries. In particular, the aims of the Classifarm project is the development of an animal welfare assessment protocol for managed honeybee colonies and the development of a protocol for biosecurity assessment in the apiaries. The project started in 2021, and thanks to the literature review, but mainly thanks to numerous interviews with national beekeeping experts, we obtained the first 2 protocols. They are in draft, and they are now under test on field. Concerning the Classifarm welfare protocol, usually in Classifarm, the animal welfare assessment is carried out by means of a multifactor approach based on the use of indicators that are easy to collect on farm during an inspection and without the need of any particular equipment. These indicators are organized in a checklist, and they are divided into groups. Research-based indicators refer to management practice and housing structure, and animal-based indicators which measure the animal responses to the farm environment, so the welfare consequences on the animals. All these indicators are divided in 3 levels: poor, fair, good. This is the draft, the protocol of for the welfare assessment of honeybees that we obtained from the Classifar project. We have 14 resource-based indicators, 12 linked to management practice and 2 linked to housing practice, and 7 animal-based indicators. In this slide, you can see an example of a resource-based indicator with the 3 levels, poor, fair, good. These levels were defined together with the experts involved in the project. You can also see an example of an animal-based indicator, in this case, the winter mortality. We have also a biosecurity protocol, which is composed by 14 indicators. Also, this protocol is under test on field to validate that. And also the indicators referred to internal or external biosecurity are divided in 3 levels, poor, fair, and good. As a reference center, we think that the Classifar project could be an opportunity for the Italian beekeeping sector, first of all, to improve the welfare of honeybee, at least by measuring and improve the factors that are under the control of the beekeeper. And it could be a tool that in the future could help the beekeeper sector to enter in future national reward policies linked to animal welfare, as already happens for the other livestock species in Italy. I would like to thank Matteo Frasnelli and Clara Montagnin and all the experts that took part in the Classifar project, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Lorenzi. So now we have the presentation by Dr. Raquel Martin Hernandez. So Raquel graduated and doctorated in veterinary medicine from the Complutense University of Madrid in Spain. Her professional activity has mainly focused on research in entomology applied to animal health, in which she has 30 years of experience, mainly in the field of bee health. She is currently senior researcher at the Centro de Investigación Apícola y Agroambiental de Marchamalo in Spain. That is the Regional Institute for Agri-Food and Forestry Research and Development of Castilla-La Mancha. She participated in the first detection of Nosema serrane in honeybees and has actively contributed to the description of its life cycle, pathogenesis, diagnosis, and control. She has also carried out research work on Varroa and has addressed the study of viruses that infect bees, as well as other pathogens of importance to these insects. So Dr. Martin Hernandez, will present us MediBees project, Resilience of Honeybee Subspecies to Climate Change. Dr. Hernandez, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the invitation. And thank you for letting me know to present you the results that we have that we are doing actually with Mediterranean honeybees. The project is funded by the Prima program. It's for a partnership for the Mediterranean, and the presentation needs some time, so I go on. Our project is formed by 9 partners and 8 countries, and we have partners to the both sides of the Mediterranean. But we have also collaboration with many other researching centers that are in different countries. For example, we have the collaboration from Egypt, from the Emirates and some of the Emirates, and with we have also some collaboration with the project that Fanny Hachina had. So here it is. Thank you. So here is the map with the partners we have. We are academia and researching centers, but we have also a beekeeping association in Jordan.
And the collaboration with the other partners, with the other collaborators, has led us to increase the number of subspecies that we are working with. Because, as you can see, the Mediterranean is the richest region of subspecies. So we have increased from 10 to 15 subspecies. We are collecting some information. The general aim of the project was to unravel the genetic background of the Mediterranean honeybees because we wanted to describe, to understand the adaptations of these subspecies to the local conditions and to know what is their resilience to climate change. And these are the specific objectives that we have, and we wanted to do a maps of genetic information about these subspecies, and we want to study how they behave when we expose them to the heat, to the drought, to the UV radiation, and what is the resistance to the main parasites and pathogens in the area. And we also have some task to valorize the honey and also the byproducts. Well, at the beginning we did some questionnaires to the beekeepers. We have more than 1,000 beekeepers that answer our questionnaires, so we can characterize the beekeeping in the Mediterranean, but the presentation is long, so I go with the main tasks that we have. And here you can see we have many tasks directed to study the genetic background of the honeybees, and these tasks are led by Alice Pinto in Braganza, and we have sequenced the whole genomes from more than 1,000 samples across the Mediterranean. As here you can see what is the representation that we have. And all the countries that you can see the points represents samples, but in Spain you can see some points, but we are not, again, reanalyzing the samples because that information was already available for Alice Pinto team. And, well, we have information about almost all the countries because this task has been almost finished. But I have just extracted this is from Italy. Here you can see how the points represent an apiary that was sampled. And here the yellow bars represent Carnica species, and here you can see across the Italy, that is northwest, northeast, center, and south, how the high hybridization has become in the country, which is quite high in the north, in the northern part, and it's less in the south. Once we finished all the sequencing, we want to study. We want to study the population structure to really know how is the conservation status of those of all these subspecies, and we want to establish which are the diversity and the resilience for the climate change. So once we finish everything, we will start with to identify what are the genes candidates for local adaptation, but we are now actually working on this. We also have approached the mitochondrial DNA, and this is led by Marion Zamit in Malta, and this result we are still working on this, but here you can see, for example, that in some countries where they actually thought that they have a mixture, for example, in Egypt, they are importing Ligustica bees for many years ago, and they thought that they have more hybridization, but actually they don't have as much as they thought. But for example, in the other part of the graph, for Gemenitica in Oman, it's very well preserved, but in one of the Emirates that is collaborating with us is Fujairah. It's the Gemenitica is really hybridate. They have a lot of introgression, sorry. Another group of tasks is about the monitoring in the field, and we are comparing, in most of the countries, we are comparing Ligustica as the unintroduced subspecies and compare with the local subspecies. This is done in all the countries, except in Algeria, because they have some, the importation is not allowed. So we are comparing this, and we have in some countries, for example, this is in Spain, we have seen that there are some adaptation points, because you can see, for example, that the brood and the oviposition of the queen is much higher in the Ligustica, it's the dotted line, compared with the Iberiensis, which is the local. But however, in the adult bees, this doesn't translate in a higher number of bees in the colonies. So this is considered as an adaptation problem. But in some other countries, for example, in Jordan, when we compare Ligustica with Syriaca bees, the pattern is different, so we have to finish the studies that we are in. We have complete 1 year, and we want to do a study for 2 years. So at the end of the project, or the end of the monitoring, we will be able to study many other parameters, because we have some others that I am not showing here because of the time. Another important group of tasks that we are developing and we are coordinating in Spain, in my laboratory, is to do some laboratory studies about the stress, the thermal and humidity stress. And this is because you can see in the graph that for all the animals, we know that they have a comfort zone where the animals are well, they don't have any stress. But when we cross in the bottom or in the left or in the right part of the graphic to the cold or the heat, we can have a stress on the animals. If we go through higher or lower temperatures, then they become to the death. And while this information is available for many animals, for example, for the cows or the horse or whatever, but however, for the honeybees, this information is not available, and we are working to do this, and with the combination of with the humidity. And we have developed these 3 groups of assays. The first is the tolerance, where we expose the bees for a ramp of temperatures, for going up or going down, and to determine the tolerance for cold for hot. We also have a group of assays to determine the survival. That means exposing the bees to the different temperature and humidity combination, and to know how long they survive. And to the other, in blue, you can see the body water load. That means the hydration of the bees. When we expose for 2 hours to different temperatures and humidity combinations. And here you can see, I go to the last one, because it's here. Here you can see we are comparing Iberiensis, it's the local, our Spanish bee, and the Syriaca, for example, and you can see there are some differences between the subspecies, but we also have found differences between workers and drones. And also there are some differences between newly emerged and mature bees. So we are completing this batch of assays with the other subspecies, and at the end we wanted to sorry because the animation, and we wanted to establish this graph with all the subspecies to establish what are the common points, because for example we realized from 45 degrees the stress starts for the most of subspecies. And And well, very quickly with this, we have some results on survival. Here you can see the results on Iberiensis, Ligustica in green, Syriaca in black, and Anatoliaca in red. And you can see that, of course, the effect of the temperature on the survival, in the survival of the bees. And on the other way, the humidity effect is not so evident on the survival. And here is something to highlight, that in all the studies, Iberiensis is surviving the longer time. We have to study why, because it's quite different with the other subspecies. And about the body water loss, that means the hydration of the bees, you can see the difference between the different temperatures. And here you can see that, of course, as it was expected at the beginning, at the higher temperature, the body water loss is higher. And again, at Iberiensis, it's in yellow, you can see is the subspecies losing the highest humidity, and this is considered one adaptation characteristic of this subspecies, because it's reported for some other animals that when they are able to lose higher humidity, they are adapting actually to the conditions. Okay. The animation is not working very well, sorry. Because sorry, okay. With all the bees that are being analyzed in the different laboratories with all the subspecies, we are going to study the genetic, also the gene expression. We are going to sequence the RNA, and we are also working to determine the activity of how the activity of the enzymes are modified because the temperature. And here you can see, for example, some results that we have for acetylcholinesterase in Iberiensis bees. Of course, you can see that when the bees are exposed for a shorter period, the effect on the activity of the enzyme is lower. It's in pink, and in green is you can see when they are exposed for 2 days. And that's something that it could be expected. And for the body water loss, again, the higher, you can see the effect when we increase the temperature. Okay. At the end of the project, our plan is to select some of this characteristic and to establish some breeding programs, of course, to keep the local bees, to promote the breeding of the local subspecies, and also maybe we will be able to select some lines to breeding in order to do some specific breeding selection of some important characteristics that are able to survive better to the climate change. And just to finalize, we have also some tasks to valorize the honey, and we are also working to determine how are the fruits, and we are develop metabar coding for the entomological origin of the honey. And we are promoting the honeys in different countries to be used as a food. In some countries, in Italy, in Spain, and in Europe in general, there are some indications, protected indication of honeys, but in another countries they are still very low in this level. So we are trying to increase this, to promote this kind of.
Dr. Hernandez, sorry, we are going.
This is the last. Okay, so I'm sorry, I'm last. This is just for byproducts, and we are working with this, and thank you very much for the attention. I'm sorry for being late.
Thank you very much, Dr. Hernandez. Very interesting. Next speaker, Dr. Silvestri from the National Institute for Environmental Protection, Ispra, Italy. Federico Silvestri is a biologist and ecologist with a PhD in ecology and management of biological resources at Tuscia University in Viterbo. He is currently working at ISPRA in Rome in the Department for Monitoring and Protecting the Environment and for the conservation of biodiversity, in the area for the conservation and management of flora, vegetation and forest habitats and soil ecosystem, and for sustainable use of agroforestry resource. It's getting more and more popular using the bees as biomonitor in the towns, in city, and in fact the topics from Dr. Silvestri is titled Api in Città project on using beehives to monitor environmental quality at urban level.
Good afternoon to all of you. As the speaker, as the coordinator said, I came from ISPRA, and this project is called Api in Città, Bees in the City, project on using beehives to monitor environmental quality at urban level. This is a project coordinated by military forces, the Carabinieri Forestry, for Environmental and Agri-Food Unit Command. The acronym is CUFAA, UFAA, and the operators of this project are Italian Beekeepers Federation, us, ISPRA, the Institute of Sanity, Superior Institute of Sanity, CREA, and the Experimental Zooprophylactic Institute of Lazio and Tuscany. This project will do for 2 years, started in 2023 and will end in 2025, provides 60 monitoring stations, each station will have 1 apiary and 2 hives. And these apiary and hives are located in urban and peri-urban areas and natural and semi-natural areas. The scope of this project is to monitor the effect of environmental stress and condition of proximity or urban or peri-urban to apiaries, and to establish how this environmental stress influence the activity of bees. What is ISPRA's role in this project? We have to, our skill is to support the CUFA for scientific aspects, first of all, and to support all project partners for the evaluation and monitoring of data, and also compares this data with existing environmental information present in other databases. Also, we have to collaborate for information activities and dissemination of results. Also important is networking with other projects, past projects, to compare data at the end of the project on the project on honeybees and wild bees in urban environments. As I have to say that these 60 stations are distributed in all parts of Italy in order to have a comparison of results in terms of environmental stress, climate, and density of urban areas, and quality of natural and semi-natural areas. As I said, the activity will end in May 2025. What are the specific activities in the area surrounding monitoring sites? We have to identify pressure, risks, and potential stressors for the health of bees. With the help of mapping these territorial areas through an informatic geographic system, and with the evaluation of the quality of food supply, so the presence of trees, shrubs, and other herbs necessary as a source of food for the bees and for pollinators. The survey territory is the area that we study corresponds to the food supply area for bees. This is important that the extension of this supply area is 1.5 kilometers from the center of the apiary, and the total extension is about 8 square kilometers. What is specific activities in this monitoring sites? First of all, the determination of plant biodiversity through field surveys, because we have some experts in our institute, very expert that can recognize each one of vegetal species. Then we can support this field activity very specific with analysis by net of airborne pollen collected at the aerobiological monitoring network, that is the PolNet at SINA. These data are produced also by the information system of environmental national, that is ISPRA, with environmental agencies. And then we have the help of the University of Turin for monitoring of the main wild pollinating insects. So we have an aspect of botanic inside and an aspect of zoologic taxonomies by Turin University. As I said before, this ISPRA activities began in May 2023, and my colleagues will have some field surveys each month for 1 week. For example, next week they will go in Umbria to monitor some other apiaries. But we have not final results. We have only partial middle information. We have also the objective to create a repository for project stakeholders, because the project is very complex. In this repository, that is a collection of data, we collect environmental data of the buffer areas that surrounds the apiaries. Which data in particular? Phytosanitary products in waters, surface waters near the apiary and beehives, anthropic pressure that can be presence of urban areas, roads with a lot of traffic and something like this. Also electromagnetic pollution that can influence the activity of bees in some extent. The air quality, if we have some monitoring stations nearby the 60 collection studies area, and also data that we have inside our institute about soil consumption. That is also important to monitor the effect on the activity of bees. This data will be soon available to project stakeholders that can use it to collect and to interpret the results. At the end of the project, we have the characterization of the bee values in buffer areas. So we have, after these three activities, that is, first of all, field surveys in the buffer areas, as I said before, the creation of a cartography at 10,000 miles with a resolution polygon resolution limit of 1,000 meters. In this cartography, we will describe all the results of buffer areas, of the vegetation of buffer areas, with indication of each vegetation botanic species that can be useful as food source and have ecological importance for bees. And then at the end of the work, we will estimate the corresponding beekeeping value of each vegetation type with identification of cartographic level. This last slides will, in this last slide, we will present you first result for one buffer. This is the buffer of Asti. Asti is a town in the northwest of Italy. And we have distribution of B value so the value of presence of bees, depending of the local floristic composition and the structure of the reference ecotope. As you can see in these slides, the nearby 64% of area has no pistic value, and this is normal because there is absence of vegetation useful for bees. We have 20% of middle pistic value, and area with high and very high apistic value are only 1,001 or 2%, 4% at all, summing of them. So the apistic value in this case is not very high, but we expect some best results in the other studies. So this is what we present. Our project, and this is our examples of ISPRA publication guidelines and reports that you can download from this site, from this internet links, and about what ISPRA has done about until now about Apoidea and something about this information. You can also download from our institute website information about pesticides and the annuary of environmental data that collects everything about environmental data, and also about this subject in particular. So this is another elenco, is another example of our production of studies about bees and pollination and something like this. Some projects on the next years. So. Thank you for the kind of attention. This is the group. I'm the last to come in the group, but the other four colleagues are very skilled in this subject. So if you have doubts, we will answer also by email, because we are here for you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Silvestri. So now we have Dr. Sief van der Steen. He has over 40 years in beekeeping research. His expertise is in the field where environment, honeybees, bumblebees, and wild bees converge. He is co-author of the first and higher tier toxicity guidelines for testing the acute impact of pesticides on bumblebees. His current professional activities are coordinating the EU-funded Insignia EU study. He is member of the board of the Eva Crane Trust. He is member of the advisory board of the EU-funded study about the possible biological effect of wireless technologies. And he is leader of the citizen science study in Better Bee on bee plants' flowering periods and flower visits by honeybees, solitary bees, bumblebees, overflies, and other insects. So Sief will present us preparatory action for monitoring of environmental pollution using honeybee insignia EU. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm going to talk with you about the Insignia EU project. It's a big project, it's a new project, and it's about using honeybee colonies as a tool for monitoring of the environmental pollution. So it's not about honeybees, it's not about honeybee health, it's about using the honeybee colony as a tool, how to describe the environmental pollution with this insect. We did it with citizen science, so you need a lot of beekeepers to get a lot of data. And we have our citizen science to collect the data, because the honeybees do collect all the pollutants. We don't have to do it, the honeybees do it, and then we ask the citizen scientist beekeepers to collect this information from the hive where the bees put everything together. We did it with non-invasive sampling, so we don't took bees to identify pollutants. We invented passive samplers to collect the pollutants that the bees collect in the hives. To have, and it's a pan-European study, so we did it in all the 27 European countries, and we had 315 beekeepers that worked with us. We selected the apiaries based on land use, so we had agriculture, urban and nature, and the diversity between them. You can imagine when you're working with citizen scientists and 315 citizen scientists that it has a lot of organization. So this is a kind of structure that you see here, which shows that in citizen science, actually in every study, every aspect is as important. So you can have a lousy honeybee colony, and you can do a lot of study, but you still have lousy results. So you need good honeybee colonies, you need good citizen scientists, you need good materials to have at least reliable results. So I'm going to show you the first results of the study that we did last year. About pesticides, you can discriminate more or less the pesticides in polar and non-polar pesticides. Most of them are non-polar, and we attached these non-polar pesticides with the api-strip. We developed the api-strip, and we tested about 5,500 api-strips in biweekly sampling of those colonies. And we did see that pesticides are ubiquitous, so they're everywhere around. Everywhere where you sample, you find pesticides. We did find over 200 pesticides. And the top 4 of them, you can see it, azoxystrobin, boscalid, etc. And medium, we had 4 pesticides in every api-strip, so in every colony. That means that when you put this kind of strip in a colony, you take it out 2 weeks later, you have pesticides, wherever you are. If you are in a natural area, in the urban area, in an agriculture area, it's all, you have them. But more in agriculture areas than in the urban and in the natural areas. And as mentioned before, we also detected non-legislated products, even DDT, which has been banned right about for 50 years, which shows the huge potential of the archive of the soil for these compounds. There are polar pesticides which dissolve in honey, and we detect them, especially glyphosate, the Roundup, in about 6% of the honeys that we collected. We also did the air pollutants, the VOC and the pHs. How did we do it? We have this passive sampler with the silicon bands. The simple silicon bands, they are very good in attracting and binding the VOCs and the pHs. There is always a kind of airflow inside the hive due to the temperature differences and the activity of the bees. And there's a very constant temperature and relative humidity inside the colony near the brood nest. So we could place our api-strip, but also the the silicon bench over there to detect a selection of pHs and VHs. And we did detect them all, but more important, we could also detect when there is a high emission of this VOCs and pHs. Microplastics. Of course, we have microplastics. There are microplastics everywhere. Indeed, they are everywhere. We had them in our api trap, so we also constructed a new passive sampler for the microplastics, a sticky wall, and we did detect these microplastics everywhere. Over 52,000 synthetic fibers and 7,000 synthetic films. So about 60,000 fibers we detected in this study. And most of them were the polyester, polypropylene, and propyacrylonate coming from the traffic. Tires are notorious about this, and by clothing. Metals, of course, we have heavy metals, and we detected them as well. Of course, we detected them. We detected them in propolis. We did find higher amounts here in the south, but that's normal because also the soil here has higher metals in the soil. But more important, we could detect the point emission. So in some locations, the emission is much higher, so you can detect where this metal emissions are. Coming to the last slide, we also detected pollen, and this, of course, has nothing to do with environmental pollution. This was a kind of gift to the beekeepers, the 315 beekeepers, because they are very interested. Of course, they were interested in where the bees collected their pollen, and we analyzed 2,500 samples and detected 501 genera. That does not mean that we have that many good honeybee plants. Honeybees are constantly scouting for the best plants, so you have a lot of genera that are not really good ones, but you have about 15 families, 20 families that are really important. But we did find the most abundant ones as Trifolium, Plantago, Brassica, Rubus, and Castanea. Of course, we know that. And we did also see that the Brassica family is most abundant in the northern sides of Europe, and in the southern side we are talking about the Plantago, which is a very important pollen source in this area. Of course, we also did see, and that had been mentioned before, that the pollen diversity in artificial and natural landscape is more diverse than in agriculture, this big landscape. Cecilia also told about this. Up till now, we have 8 papers, scientific papers, already published in this study. And I will end this short presentation by stating that this European EU program is really the first pan-European project that provided the baseline for the use of honeybee colonies as a tool for environmental monitoring. So there is now a baseline stated, and we hope that the European Union, which initiated this project, will continue, that we can repeat this study with a citizen scientist in the future years. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. van der Steen. Next speaker is a streaming speaker, Dr. Claude Segerman from the University of Liège, Belgium. Claude Segerman was graduated as doctor in veterinary medicine in 1986. He got a Master of Science in Epidemiology in 1992, PhD in Veterinary Science 2004. He was recognized in 2005 as a diplomate of the European College for Veterinary Public Health. He received several international scientific awards, the most recent being granted by the Belgian Royal Academy of Medicine for an original contribution to the knowledge of the emerging blue tongue virus in Europe. Current research is mainly conducted on quantitative epidemiology, risk analysis, and biosecurity, including the development of methods for early clinical detection and understanding dynamics of infection of emerging vector-borne, airborne, and or zoonotic disease, bee disease, and for prioritizing animal disease and drivers of diseases, based on interdisciplinary approach and use of evidence-based medicine, and evaluation of disease control measures, including cost-benefit analysis. His speaking is about the studies on pesticide and veterinary medicine residues in beeswax.
Hello everybody, thank you very much for your invitation. We present some works about research in honeybees. The title of this presentation is Beeswax Wax, a real-time tools for calculation of the toxicity risk of waxes that have been subjected to a pesticide analysis. As you say, honeybees is essential as product consumed by human, for example honey, product used by human, example fruit protection, product used by beekeeper, especially beeswax, and honeybees is always an important pollinator and also maintains the biodiversity. You know that the cause of mortality is multifactorial. You find in this slide several areas that explain the mortality of bees, and by this way we produce a paper about the risk and predictive indicator of beekeeping management practice. By this way we produce also bee tools constellation, and one of these tools is bee best check. By these tools we have the possibility to introduce the bee management practice of beekeepers, and by this way we have a sort of scoring system and a sort of barometer of the good management, good practice, and also some area to improve and some recommendation to improve the scoring system. As you see in this figure, in Belgium the mortality that was acceptable for colony bees is 10%, and we produce also a paper about the beekeeping beekeepers' perception of risk affecting colony loss as a pilot study that was useful to determine this 10% of mortality as an acceptable level. To produce these beeswax tools, we use first a pesticide and veterinary drug residues in Belgian beeswax by the way of a survey, and especially we focus the attention about the occurrence, the toxicity and the risk to honeybees. A good question is how to interpret an essay report from the labs by beekeepers. Sometimes it's very difficult. For this purpose and for this reason we produce a beeswax tools, free tools, and is based on the risk quotient and permit the estimation of the toxicity of the beeswax samples. Here you find the logo of the beeswax and the URL address. This tools is completely free, and it's possible to use these tools by a smartphone, for example. We have currently different languages, French, Dutch and English. As you say, beeswax I submitted to several residue pesticides and, for example, it coming from a veterinary drug of plant protection product. And by the way of the beeswax, if a residue of pesticide I present, it should be affect bees, larvae and adult workers bee, and in some time it poses a risk for the bee life, and also we have two possibilities to manage this. First one, it's in the right part of this slide. It's to produce provisional action limit, but it's relatively complicated. But we produce this by the way of collaboration with the Federal Agency for the Safety of the Food Chain by the scenario analysis. And by this way, we have some provisional action limit that was useful for the different agencies. And also a second option is to produce the detox wax tools to help the beekeepers to understand a report of the labs, for example. To produce the detox wax tools, we use a randomized and representative survey of the Belgium. We find this in the slide, in the map. And we divide the wax in several types: broad combs wax, recycled comb wax, honeycomb wax, and capping wax. And we analyze the pesticide residue, around 300 pesticide residues. And you find as a result, the first one, it's in the right part of the slide above. And you have the type of beeswax in abscess, and in ordinate you have the number of the pesticide residue that was present, and you find easily that the capping wax is less contaminated by pesticide residues. The second result is you find in total 54 different residues of pesticide, and by this way we perform a toxicity risk by the way of the risk quotient calculation. And we found also very important fact that you have the chlorphos that was very related to the mortality that was observed in Belgium at this time of the survey several years before. And by this way we perform also the beeswax wax to essay to obtain less mortality by the use of beeswax wax, but by the correct use. If the wax is too toxic, we avoid the use of this beeswax for bees. In the tools of detox wax, the toxicity level of each substance is angled by the following color code, and you find this color code here. And for example, highly toxic is when lethal dose 5T is less than 2 picogram by bees. Here you find the risk quotient, because the risk quotient is the concentration of each residue pesticide divided by the lethal dose 5T for each of these pesticides, and we sum this. Each pesticide residue concentration is just divided by the lethal dose 5T for 1 honeybees. Only an additive effect is currently considered, and we divide the risk quotient for topical route and oral route, depending on the availability of the lethal dose 5T. And the work is ongoing to improve this risk quotient by taking into account the long-term effect and the synergic effect. Here you find some result, and we have in abscess the number of pesticide residue per samples, and in ordinate you find the percentage of samples contaminated by type of beeswax, and you find in green that the capping wax is less contaminated than the rest, than the other type of wax. This is interesting to use preferentially the capping wax for the recycle of beeswax. Here you find the logo of the detox wax. This tool is available in French, Dutch and English currently, and you find also the URL address of these tools. It's free and it's used worldwide currently. You have around 500 different complete record in this detox wax, but not hesitate to spread and to use very frequently these tools, because when you have more information inside the tools, you have more broad picture about the use of pesticide around the world. Now you find some new area investigated in the labs. First we essay to inform on the hazard risk associated with the residue pesticide and residue and adulterant in beeswax for the beekeepers sector. Also important an awareness campaign on the quality of the beeswax and the importance of monitoring and controlling it. And also monitoring for contaminants, adulterants, to anticipate measures to be taken, and also to have acquisition of the cost-effective method for analyzing contaminant and adulterant. Also, the use of tools already available to estimate the toxical potential of the wax and anticipate the risk. The assessment of the potential risk posed by contaminant adulterant in beeswax based on bee biology and scenario analysis, setting up trial under real condition of the most relevant contaminant adulteration to be able to fix, for example, some maximum residue level for contaminants, and also the optimization of the wax sterilization and embossing method technique to reduce the contamination load as possible. In conclusion, maintaining bee health requires good training, theoretical but especially practical, scientific origin of the information based on line of evidence, collaborative works, innovative tools, and regulatory framework to be created, strengthened. Thank you for your attention. And finally, we thank all of the funders that help the research in this area.
Okay, thank you very much to Dr. Sagerman. So now we have had several questions. Finito. Oops, sorry, excuse me.
Ivana.
Yes, we have the last streaming speaker, I'm sorry, that is Dr. Ivana Varenina. So Dr. Ivana Varenina is scientific assistant at Croatian Veterinary Institute in Zagreb. She works in the laboratory for residue control on the development of screening and confirmatory mass spectrometry methods for the determination of antibiotics and pesticides. She is co-chair of the COST project, Beekeeping Products Valorization and Biomonitoring for the Safety of Bees and Honey. She will present us the COST Beekeeping Products Valorization and Biomonitoring for the Safety of Bees and Honey. Be safe, be honey.
Good afternoon. First of all, let me represent myself. My name is Ivana Varenina, and as a vice chair of the COST project, Be Safe, Be Honey, I will give you a short presentation about our main topics. The title of our project is Beekeeping Products Valorization and Biomonitoring of the Safety of Bees and Honey. Beekeeping is an increasing economic activity strongly connected to agricultural crops process and success due to their pollination role. Honeybees and other pollinators provide key ecosystem services for 35% of global agricultural land, sustaining the growth of close to 75% of the leading fruit and seed crops for human consumption worldwide. Honey, as a natural nutritious sweetener, is one of the most consumed foods throughout the world. It is also considered as a nutraceutical due to its rich composition in bioactive compounds. However, food safety concerns arise when honeybees come into close contact with a wide range of contaminants during their foraging activities, and consequently, these compounds enter the beehives and circulate and accumulate in apicultural matrices. The main goal of creating a platform of discussion related with beekeeping activities between diverse researchers specialized in diverse scientific areas is divided in 5 different goals. According to the One Health approach, the main objectives are nutritional and medicinal properties of honey and byproducts. There is a need to discuss on how to perform biomonitoring of abiotic stressors or anthropogenic contaminants in the environment by which bee colonies can be affected. Veterinarian experts shall evaluate prevalent diseases and biotic stressors. It is needed to answer the questions like what are the main diseases that affect colony survival and what are the main threats that can come from importation, or is there a relevant threat from the climate change? In agrarian system, what can be the real impact if the number of colonies starts fastly to drop? And consequently, the number of pollinators and how drastic the situation is. And finally, how to contribute to the design and updating of European policies to promote prevention, reduction, and control of biotic and abiotic stressors. This scheme demonstrates who are the main actors and how and in which subjects the stakeholders will be interconnected and involved. BeeSafe Bee Honey will continuously seek synergy with representatives and key elements through workshops, meetings and communications, and activities to extend its network. So the citizens, consumers, farmers and competent authorities are important persons to be invited to participate in conferences and workshops and willing to promote communication and exchange of knowledge and concerns between all parties. Let's explain our cost action as a research coordination objectives. First, it would be to create the collection of information concerning the nutritional and medicinal properties of honeybee products of diverse floral and geographic origins. Then, it is to promote the valorization of honey byproducts and study possible future commercial applications. As a third objective, it would be to facilitate the exchange of knowledge of analytical approaches for the determination of anthropogenic contaminants in honeybees and their products, since the matrix for analysis is extremely difficult and levels of contamination can be very low. Also, we need to stimulate research to identify beekeeping products as environmental pollution bioindicators. Then, it would be to promote the dissemination of the outputs and achievements of the action through stakeholders and European and international levels, and provide information to competent authorities on how to use honeybee products as bioindicators of persistent contaminants. In Objective 6, it is described that identification of the main threats, such as diseases, pathogens, plagues, and creation of the procedures on how to control them across Europe is really important, and to evaluate potential threats that might compromise honeybee colonies. Connecting beekeepers from all regions to exchange experiences, problems, and traditional practices could allow breakthrough of informations, and it could be organized such as seminars for local beekeepers or similar. Another objective is to put out the problems arising from the dropping number of honeybee colonies in agrarian systems. It is important to study and provide solutions to overcome or minimize those impacts. And as the last objective is to raise awareness and among growers and farmers about the importance of bees as pollinators to increase crop yields. Capacity building objectives would be to improve knowledge, exchange about the main concerns related with beekeeping activities, honey production, and how to protect the colonies, to create sustainable and engaged network to promote the research to be applied in the field, to improve communication between stakeholders and strengthen links between academic researchers and beekeepers and other agro-system producers. Then to stimulate the engagement of cost inclusiveness target countries by promoting and giving preference to their participation in short-term scientific missions, training schools, and in the organization of the Bee Safe Bee Honey meetings. Then to promote equality opportunities for female and male young researchers and students, promoting those opportunities in leadership roles and in dissemination activities. As an ultimate objective is to promote the creation of consortiums for new research, development and innovation projects, development in the Bee Safe Bee Honey topics. Our Bee Safe Bee Honey project is a network of 36 cost member countries, from which 24 are inclusiveness target countries. We have 1 cost cooperating member, 1 international partner, cost partner member, and 5 near neighbor countries. One of the main goals of the cost projects is to organize meetings, conferences. So for the first year of our action, we are organizing first international conference. It will be a hybrid conference with the aim to exchange knowledge on different fields within the honey value chain. The event will be held in the city of Larissa in Greece at the Innovation Park Joist from the 28th to 29th of May. Keynote speakers are experts from diverse scientific fields, and they will give us insights on the real challenges and how to address them. The conference program is divided in 6 scientific sessions, including lectures from different scientists. It's from veterinarians, chemists, agricultural scientists, food and nutritional experts, policymakers, and managers. Bee Safe Bee Honey is a multidisciplinary approach. This project will bring together distinct expertise: chemistry, biology, ecology, veterinary, beekeeping, agrarian engineering, nutrition, economy, and policy to deliver breakthrough scientific developments. So I'm inviting you to join us, and let's have an unbelievable journey. Thank you.
Okay, thank you to Dr. Varenina. So now we have the question and answer session. We received several questions that we will send to the speakers, but we have the possibility to discuss some of them together. So the first question is for Dr. Cecilia Costa. And the question is, farmers and beekeepers need to have a healthy dialogue. Conflicts arise. Pests are affecting crops. Pesticides are used. How to address conflicts and resolutions.
It's a good question.
Yeah, well, I think the answer is already at the beginning, and surely dialogue is the key word. And that is why the coordinator of the Posh Bee project, Mark Brown, had very much wanted to have both beekeeping associations and farmers associations together in the project to promote this discussion. And there were various meetings, workshops in which specifically the farmers and the beekeepers were together. But I guess this has to be a continuing, ongoing activity. And in part, it is happening. I mean, there is one project which my colleague, Dr. Laura Bortolotti, is involved in, together with the University of Bologna, a LIFE project, Life for Pollinators, in which they are actually doing constant meeting and training meetings with farmers to promote and discuss bee-friendly farming practices. So, yes, I guess that is the answer.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now we have a question for Professor De Graaf about Better Bee project. And the question is, in which way the Better Bee project will work on hive construction? Which aspects of hive construction will be improved?
Well, there have been some work already done, and one of the things that have been tested is about the coverage, the paintings that you use, the color that you use, and what impact it has on, let's say, on the microclimate of the hive. And it seems that there is a huge impact on which color you use and which materials that you use for construction of your hive on that microclimate. So these are all little pieces, let's say, of a puzzle to improve the situation and then improve the microclimate, and so that the construction of the hive is better adapted to the warmer seasons that we are facing now. So this is part of it, yeah.
Thank you very much. The next question is for Dr. Valentina Lorenzi about Classifarm and ClassiAlv. Is the ClassiAlv checklist available for free in order to be used in other countries? Should it be adapted to local conditions?
Laura, at the moment there is not available. Sorry. Okay. I'm not so tall. At the moment, it's not available because it's a draft and we are test this checklist on field, but it will become available, and for sure I think it will be. There will be the necessity to adapt to different climate.
Okay. So for the other animals, they are available. For bees, they are still set up.
Yeah, for the other animals, they are on the website.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much. And for Dr. Mutinelli, is treatment against Varroa destructor now compulsory across the European Union? What are the possibilities for performing non-treatment beekeeping, either for experimental or commercial reasons?
The answer is no, it is not compulsory, but treatment against Varroa is recommended according to the type of beekeeping, according to the local epidemiological situation. What we can say is that in general, treatment against Varroa at the European level is needed, is recommended, and in Italy, for example, we basically recommend at least 2 treatments, one during active season in brood-dry colonies, and the second one in autumn winter in broodless or semi-broodless condition, but according to the development of climatic condition during the last years, we know that beekeepers are required to carry out more treatments in order to keep the level of infestation at an acceptable level. We consider also in the Italian guidelines special conditions where maybe no treatment are required. This is the condition presented by beekeepers in Sicily, in the western part of Sicily, and our guidelines give the possibility to submit a proposal to the local veterinary services. The proposal is evaluated, maybe discussed also with the National Reference Center and the Ministry of Health, and a derogation to the recommended treatments can be approved. And of course, the recommendation is to try to select your veterinary medicines with preference with those based on essential oils or organic acids in line with the prevention of residues and pharmacoresistance. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Muchinelli. We really had more than 17 questions, but you'll find the answer, I think, on the website. No, we choose the last one for Dr. van der Steen. What is the detection limit of the api strips, and is there no degradation risk? This is the question. Thank you.
The detection.
You can have your time.
Yeah. No, but the detection limit is 0.5 ppb. So it's very, very low what we have. And the risk of degradation of the pesticides in the api strip is very low because it's bound to Tenax. Tenax is a polymer that binds the pesticides and it stays like that. So it's a very reliable a very secure method to detect these pesticides with api strips. Actually, now the api strips are already used in South America, North America, all over the world to find these pesticides.
Thank you very much. So I think we are 30 minutes delay, so we have just time for a very short conclusion. I would like to call Dr. Daniele Cecca because we want really to thank him in representation of the place to make conclusion with us. We thanks all participants, all the people, the staff of the Institute, all the people of your staff that really were perfect for the link. And now we want to close with you, please.
Thank you very much. And I want to thank you. I want to thank the Sanitary Director of the Institute, Dr. Brayon, and Giovanni Formato for this busy day here. But I hope this opportunity was very, very good to imagine a new status of the beekeeping in the world, new ideas. I saw that many questions was made about all this discussion and ideas that come out from this day. And in the end, I want to thank you for your presence here. I want to thank you to thank all the colleagues of the Quirinale Palace that stay here and make possible this meeting. The colleague of the technical units of the Quirinale, of the informatic system, and the press unit of the Quirinale Palace, and all the colleagues of the Custodia of Castelporziano. At the end of the day, we want to show you a short part of our cultural heritage, because Castelporziano, it is only an environmental and natural estate. Is also a cultural and historical point of interest of this area. And we want to show you our archaeological museum, also this country palace that dating in the period in which Castelporziano was an hunting-game reserve of the Italian king, until it became the reserve of the Italian president. And I want to go now in this visit with our archaeologist colleague, Mrs. Maria Grazia Cinti. And at the end, I want to say you another time, thank you very much. And I hope to see you again here for another opportunity.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Rebecca. We'll have... So we are going to make the visit. First, we can have a short refreshment to drink, have something to drink. I just would like to close because I found a short sentence for this for this day, which is we have seen a lot of things about biosecurity, sustainability. I think that from the bees we also should learn something else, which is the social aspect. In fact, Max Fermin, I don't know if you know him, he's a writer. He wrote a novel, The Beekeeper, and this is what he wrote. When he contemplated his hives, Aurélien, the beekeeper, had the feeling that those insects had succeeded where man had failed. Pressed together, the bees thus maintain a constant temperature. They work together for the community. That's what we should learn from bees. Okay, so... Andiamo a bere qualcosa.